का सबसे बड़ा दुख है. So you see, everyone, for everyone, as I've been saying, this is the Home Minister of the country, Amit Shah, one after the other. We have the Raksha Mantri's tweet as well. So these are all reactions coming in. But primarily, first and foremost, I repeat, for a son, irrespective of the age of yours and your parents, to losing a mother is earth-shattering for a son. And one can only imagine the emotions that son must go through. Prime Minister's complete work has been, he has postponed it for a day at least. That is what we are being told. Everyone expressing their concern, everyone expressing their view and their sorrow, saying that this is just too disturbing for any son. You see, even when the Home Minister tweets, he says ki Ma, for an individual, mother is the first friend and the first teacher. How true is that? So, Home Minister Amit Shah tweeting that and trying to tell that, you see, it's a very personal moment. Once again, I can only say that. It's a very personal moment. And when a son loses a mother, and irrespective, once again, I have to stress on the age part, because irrespective, it doesn't matter that whether your mother is whatever the age. If a son loses a mother, it's a very earth-shattering moment for that individual, for the son. And the Home Minister understanding that and saying that mother is not only the first teacher, the first friend, and he can only express sorrow. He says his heart goes out to the Prime Minister, who's already en route to Ahmedabad. Back to you in the studios right now.
There, our senior editor, Political Affairs, and we're bringing you the sad news this Friday morning of the passing away of Hira Ben Modi, mother of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and she passed away at around 3:39 a.m. That's the exact time that the hospital has written in the statement that it has put out. She had been hospitalized for a few days now, and the Prime Minister had visited her, in fact, in hospital on Wednesday itself. And Shehzad Poonawalla, Shehzad ji, we are very sad news coming in so early. Well, it's a Friday morning, and the sad news. The hospital earlier had given us some hope, that she was recovering, that her position was becoming stable. But clearly her health has deteriorated. Your thoughts on this occasion? It's a sad moment for any son. But today, with the Prime Minister, the entire country would be mourning the passing away of somebody who's played such a very important role in his life.
Let me extend my deepest and saddest condolences to Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and his family. And in Heeraben, it's not just the Prime Minister, but an entire nation that is mourning the loss of a mother. She was a mother figure, and the relationship that Prime Minister shared with Heeraben strikes a very personal chord with every Indian, especially because the unfiltered love and the unfiltered care that they shared for each other, whether it was Prime Minister, whenever he had to start any big thing or on his birthday, he would visit his mother. His mother, in turn, would always participate, despite her old age, in every important occasion, and particularly important for the country as well. She never missed an occasion to vote. She was there during Notbandi, removing money for her family. She was there in other important occasions. So, she represents a set of value systems: humility, sacrifice, unflinching commitment to society, to nation, to family. These value systems we see even in the Prime Minister. And therefore today I feel very sad. It's a personal loss for each one of us as much as it is for Prime Minister. And I would like to just hope and pray that the departed soul finds a place in the heavenly abode of Prabhu Shri Ram. Her story is one that will be remembered for a long, long time, because a mother plays a very important role in shaping of any person. And the manner in which the value system she imbibed in Prime Minister Modi, we see reflection of that today. We see it in his actions today. And therefore, in her loss today, we have lost somebody who the entire nation looked up to as a mother figure. and that relationship, the pictures that would come out often of Prime Minister Modi sharing those moments with her. Well, as a son of a single mother, I could always associate myself with those pictures, with that camaraderie, with that chemistry, with that love and affection, that unfiltered moments that they shared. And therefore, today it is, I almost choke when I speak of her passing away. But that loss is not just the loss of Prime Minister Modi. In a sense, the entire nation is mourning the loss of a mother of their Hira Ben.
Right, Mr. Poonawalla, and well, we are expecting that the Prime Minister would be leaving for Ahmedabad anytime now, but we have no means of yet of confirming this, if there is any information regarding this, because well, we are expecting that he would be leaving there to perform for the performance of the last rites and other matters, to pay his last respects.
With the information I have at this point of time, it is evident that the Prime Minister will be there. But all other details about the Prime Minister's program and about all the final single rights, etc., will be shared, I think, from Gujarat itself. So I would rather not speculate on that. But I just use this opportunity to delve into the kind of emotional void that we all feel today. And each one of us, irrespective of our political ideologies, political affiliations, are seeing messages coming in from across the political spectrum. Because Hira Ben represented not a figure of partisan concern, but a larger sense of this feeling of motherhood that each one of us felt with her. And therefore, I can only imagine what the Prime Minister, a son who is so committed to his mother, must be feeling. And therefore, I extend my condolences once again to him, to his family. And I hope and I pray that Hira Ben finds a place in heaven, the abode of Prabhu Shri Ram, and she always rests in eternal peace.
Right, Mr. Poonawalla, many thanks for speaking with Republic and sharing your thoughts. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as viewers you can see in those visuals there, he had his mother news had come in, the sad news had come in of his mother having passed away at 3:39. That was the time that was written on that statement issued by the UN Heart Research Center and Hospital in Ahmedabad. And earlier, we had reported about how the Prime Minister had visited his mother in hospital on Wednesday. And my colleague Priyanka now joining us from outside the UN, the hospital where Hira Ben Modi, mother of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, had passed away. She had been hospitalized there for some time. Priyanka, it's over to you to walk us through. Well, it's a very sad moment. We do know through various images, through various interviews, the Prime Minister himself having tweeted on her passing away, that it's a very sad moment for all of us in India.
Well, definitely, and more so we see the atmosphere here as far as Hira Ben Modi is concerned. She had been admitted in the UN Mehta hospital where she had been kept, and she had been kept under observation is what we had been getting the statement from the doctors as over the past few days, it's in the last 48 hours, and we had seen how the doctors had time and time again stated that she had been stable and that she had minor symptoms when she had in fact been admitted in the hospital. She had shown symptoms of shortness of breath, in difficulty in breathing, the blood pressure issues that were showing of Hiraba as well. So all of those issues that she had been admitted with, but within a half an hour of her being admitted, the doctors had stated that she was stable and that she was recovering and that she might be discharged today. In fact, we were expected to be arriving at the hospital here today later in the day, because we were expecting that Hiraba will be discharged from the UN Mehta hospital and she will be going home and recovering and she will be resting. So because that is what the statement of the UN Mehta hospital had been till late last night. And of course now we see shockingly that in just a few hours since till about 3:30 a.m. is when we hear the sad news of Heeraben Modi have been passed away, since she had in fact been showing all of these symptoms of convulsions as well when she had been admitted. There were blood pressure issues that she had been showing as well. So all of these issues that had been very visible in Heeraben Modi when she had been admitted. But of course, very shocking news really that the nation really has woken up to since Heeraben has passed away, because as I mentioned earlier, we had been looking at the doctor's statements. We had been speaking to the doctors inside who had been carrying out her treatment. Right here on the 4th floor is where she had been admitted as well, and of course that's where the doctors had been carrying out her treatment, and we had seen the statements coming in time and time again that she is absolutely stable. And we also saw those images, remember, day before yesterday, of the Prime Minister arriving here at the hospital, meeting with Heeraben Modi. Surprisingly, we usually see that there are some there are some moments that are shared between the Prime Minister and Heeraben Modi, and we usually get to see those moments. But of course, this time everything was kept under wraps, as understandably so, since Heeraben Modi was not well, and she had been in the hospital, of course, and she was recovering. But we were told, and when we looked at those visuals, when we saw the Prime Minister leaving as well, we saw the images of that the Prime Minister was leaving because Heeraben Modi was stable. Had she been in a worse condition, we were expecting that he would have stayed. But as the condition was stable, her medical condition was all right, he had also left. So a very shocking news really that the nation has woken up to, of Heeraben Modi having been passed away.
Right, Priyanka, we'll be coming back to you. So Priyanka, my colleague there, as telling us about what we've been reporting since this morning. The entire nation woke up to the sad news of the passing away of Hira Ben Modi, mother of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who passed away in an Ahmedabad hospital. We're getting you voices from across the political spectrum. Joining us now is Mr. Dushyant Kumar Gautam of the BJP. And Mr. Gautam, your thoughts on this very sad occasion, the entire nation waking up to the news of the passing away of Prime Minister's mother.
आज हमारे लिए बहुत दुखदायी समय है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की माताजी, पूज्य माताजी का आज निधन हुआ है, क्योंकि हम देखते थे कि जो देश की सेवा वो कर रहे थे, वह माताजी से ही प्रेरणा लेकर किस प्रकार से माताजी का पैर धोना, उनको नमन करना, और माताजी किस प्रकार से उनको प्यार करती थी। जब भी जब जाते थे तो उनको मिठाई देना और उनका मुंह साफ करना। और यही नहीं है, आपने कोरोना काल में भी देखा होगा, जब सभी देशवासी कुछ ना कुछ उसमें सहयोग कर रहे थे, उन्होंने भी कुछ धनराशि उनमें सहयोग करने का काम किया। अपने पूरे जीवन को मोदी जी के लिए उन्होंने प्रेरणा का एक स्रोत बनाया हुआ था। लगातार थ्रिलर से जाना, साधारण जीवन जीना और अपने बेटे को पूरा प्यार करना, और जिस प्रकार से हम देखते हैं देश की सेवा, समाज की सेवा करना जो प्राप्त होता है, माताओं से प्राप्त होता है। आज उनके प्रेरणादायी माता जी का ये देहांत हुआ है, मैं समझता हूँ ये पूरे देशवासियों के लिए दुख का समय है। और आदरणीय मोदी जी इसी प्रकार से, जिस प्रकार से आशीर्वाद उनका प्राप्त किया है, देश की सेवा कर रहे हैं, उसी सेवा से आगे बढ़ते रहेंगे। और मैं समझता हूँ कि बहुत बड़ा प्रेरणा स्रोत उनका जो है उनसे आज छूट गया है। और भगवान से प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि उनको चरणों में स्थान भी दे, और साथ साथ हम सबको शक्ति दे, जिस प्रकार से मोदी जी को शक्ति दी, हम सबको भी शक्ति दे कि आगे भी हमारा देश ऐसे ही आगे बढ़ता रहे। मैं उनके चरणों को नमन करते हुए ओम शांति, ओम शांति।
जी दुष्यंत गौतम, प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने अलग अलग समय पे बहुत सारे इंटरव्यूज में अपने माँ के बारे में बताया है। उन्होंने कहा कि शी वॉज अ पिलर इन माई लाइफ। आपने बहुत साल प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी के साथ काम किया है, उनको जाना है और उनके बातें सुने हैं, तो आपकी एक्सपीरियंस में आपके वर्ड्स में बताएंगे कि उनका क्या अहमियत थे प्राइम मिनिस्टर की लाइफ?
मैं आपको बताता हूँ कि जीवन में उन्होंने सारा कुछ अपनी माँ को कष्टों के अंदर भी देखा है। जब वो काम करने जाया करती थी उस समय काल के अंदर कैसे माँ ने उनको अपना खून पसीना बहाकर उनके जीवन को आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया है। तो जो माँ होती है, माँ के जीवन से हम देखते हैं कि माँ जैसे जीती है और माँ जैसे करती है, उनके से प्रेरणा लेते हैं कि उन्होंने कितना कष्ट सहकर हमको पाला है। और ये सबसे बड़ी बात है, ये मौलिक मुद्दे होते हैं, जो मूल्य आधारित विषय होते हैं कि ईमानदारी, मेहनत, लगन से काम करना, कभी विचलित नहीं होना, ये उनके मन के दरौरा जब भी वो अहमदाबाद जाते थे, जब माता से मिलते थे और माता को जो स्नेह और प्यार नीचे बैठकर उनके चरणों में बैठकर जो उनको आनंद मिलता था, वो एक आनंद, एक ऐसा जिसका अनुभूति आप हम लोग शब्दों में नहीं कर सकते। और माँ जब उनको कोई स्वीट खिलाती थी, मिठाई खिलाती थी, और जब भी वो जाते थे तो आपने देखा होगा कुछ ना कुछ छोटा छोटा राशि उनको दिया करते थे। एक माँ का बचपन से जो प्यार होता है, बच्चे का जो होता है, माँ मुझे पैसे दे दे और माँ पैसे दे, उसका मीठा, उसकी कोई कीमत वैल्यू नहीं होती, लेकिन उसको देखें हम जीवन के मूल्यों में देखें तो बहुत बड़ी वैल्यू होती है। उनको हर तरीके से, हर तरह का आशीर्वाद जो माँ का मिला है, मुझे लगता है अतुलनीय है वो। और इसलिए मैं बार बार कहता हूँ, माँ होती है तो जीवन होता है और माँ नहीं होती तो जीवन नहीं होता। माँ सबसे बड़ा प्रेरणा स्रोत है, माँ घर का आनंद है, माँ ही जीवन है।
जी दुष्यंत गौतम जी, many thanks, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका. Many thanks for speaking with Republic, and we're getting you various voices. The entire nation this morning woke up to the sad news, the tragic news of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's mother, Hira Ben Modi, passing away in an Ahmedabad hospital. I'm joining with my colleagues Priyanka, who's there in Ahmedabad outside the hospital and hospital and Heart Research Institute, where she passed away, where she had been hospitalized for some time. We'll also be connecting with my other colleagues, Samiksha and Ankit, who are joining us from Mumbai. But now it's time for a short break. But before that, we go across to Ankit. Ankit, it's over to you. Condolences pouring in on this very sad news that India woke up to this morning. The Prime Minister's mother passing away in a Gujarat hospital.
Extremely saddening news, Rukma. She was taken to hospital a day and a half ago, and like you said, the hospital had given us indications that perhaps there was hope, perhaps her health was improving. But this morning, tragically, she passed away. The Prime Minister is currently on his way. He's going to be going to Ahmedabad. And like you've also said, condolences continue to pour in because Heeraben Modi was a person that every Indian had in one way or another come to know because the popularity of the Prime Minister and the fact that every now and then, whenever he would go back to Gandhinagar, where she stayed with his brother's family, he would go and meet her. We would get some pictures of them meeting. There was an occasion when she came to Delhi as well, and he took her around his prime ministerial house. Very warm moments. He had spoken of her very affectionately. Priyanka is also joining us from Ahmedabad. Priyanka, the Prime Minister and his mother, Hiraben Modi, they shared a bond that was very evident from all of their interactions that we'd see. They'd always be chatting with each other. She would often give him blessings. It was a quintessential mother-son kind of bond. How do you remember it? You've followed them both for many years now. How do you remember it?
Well, that's right, Ankit, very rightly you've put it, because every time that we would see that a big event that would take place, or if the Prime Minister comes to Gujarat as well, he would make it a point to visit Raisana village first, to visit his mother's home first. Hira Modi's, as you pointed out, she stays with her son's family as well, Narendra Bhai Modi's brother's family, and the entire family, in fact, is very close to the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. But we usually see that every time that he visits the house in Raisana village, there are a few moments, personal moments that are shared with the Prime Minister and Heeraben Modi as well. Then be it in the latest images that we saw of during the Gujarat elections, Ankit, if you would remember, when the Prime Minister had come to Gujarat right after winning the Gujarat elections as well, and even prior to the elections. We saw during the elections as well, when the Prime Minister had been making marathon rallies in Gujarat, even after completing 4 to 5 rallies in a day around North Gujarat and then coming back to Gandhinagar. But we saw those images that right after those rallies, the Prime Minister made it a point to visit Heeraben Modi as well. So that really shows us the kind of bond that the Prime Minister really shared with his mother. And because in the times of stress, in the times of the elections as well, that he had been visiting her, but even after elections, we saw those light moments that the Prime Minister shared with his mother, when his mother, in fact, Heeraben Modi, had been feeding sweets to the Prime Minister, celebrating the victory of the Gujarat elections. And not just Gujarat elections, Ankit. Remember, all elections, during any elections victory that the BJP has had, we see two images of the BJP's victory. One, of course, is the Prime Minister at the BJP headquarters there in New Delhi, and the second with the Prime Minister and Heeraben Modi. So these images we usually see of the Prime Minister, and we see those kind of the kind of conversations, the kind of moments the Prime Minister really shared with his mother after these victories that we saw those images of. Then it would either be Heeraben Modi, feeding the Prime Minister some kind of sweets, celebrating the victory of the BJP. So these kind of images we have usually seen. And that really tells us the kind of bond that the Prime Minister really had with his mother, Heeraben Modi, as well, and with the rest of the family as well. You would remember, Ankit, if I could speak about the recent events of the Gujarat elections, when the Prime Minister had come to cast his vote in Gujarat, in Ranip area as well of the Sabarmati constituency. He had made it a point to go to visit his brother Somabhai Modi as well. So that essentially really shows us how the Prime Minister had been extremely close to his family. Even now, after him becoming the Prime Minister, he makes it a point that every time he comes to his home state in Gujarat, to Gandhinagar, to Ahmedabad, he makes it a point to visit his family. But more often than not, we usually see him making a point to meet his mother as well. So these images that we have usually seen of the Prime Minister and the mother, as you pointed out, a quintessential bond that we see between a mother and son. And that's exactly what we saw in Heeraben Modi and the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, speaking about Heeraben Modi specifically, Ankit, she herself had also her own, kind of a following here as well. There were people who used to visit her. There were people who used to idolize her, still idolize her as well. Remember that once again, speaking about the Gujarat elections, because that is when we had seen her the most outside of her house, Ankit, because of course she had been extremely old. She was 99 years old during the time of the Gujarat elections as well, when she had come out to cast her vote. Remember those images? If we could also put out those images of Heeraben Modi on 5th of December this 5th of December, in fact, just a few weeks ago, when she had come out to cast her vote, and she had, of course, become an image of somebody who was so old, but even then was making a point to come out and vote, and she had also been imploring everybody to come out and vote. And this was really the kind of nature of Heeraben Modi as well, because every election, every time something like this happened, we saw those images of Heeraben Modi coming out and, speaking to the people, speaking to the youth, of course. And also now we see Heeraben Modi, who had, of course, been extremely, been suffering through a lot of health issues as well, with which then we sadly see her admitted in the UN Mehta Hospital just 48 hours ago. And, Ankit, it has been an extreme shock for everybody here, especially here in Ahmedabad, specifically also the entire government machinery, because we saw 48 hours ago the chief minister had been present here, the cabinet ministers had been present here, various union ministers and leaders, in fact, who have been close to the prime minister and the prime minister's family had been present here to pay their respects to Hiraben Modi when she had been admitted. And post that, they had said that she had stabilized, and the doctors and time again stated that she has been stabilized and she is recovering and there is nothing to be worried about, and that she has nothing life-threatening that she is facing right now because of her condition. And even then, we see 48 hours later, the nation, in fact, waking up to this very shocking news, because till last night, Ankit, the doctors inside had been saying, the medical bulletins had been saying that Hiraben Modi has been recovering, she's stabilized. In fact, she's only in the hospital and she's only being kept under observation. She has not been, she's not even having any kind of surgery, any kind of other treatment as well. Since then, the doctors had been stating that she had stabilized till late last night. But of course, by 3:30 a.m., in the wee hours of the morning today, we see that Hiraben Modi had passed away. So, of course, a very, very shocking news, really, for everybody here, and specifically people who had been here, who had been in touch with her family, who had been in touch with the medical staff as well, because nobody had really expected this. We had seen those images, Ankit, you would remember, of just 48 hours ago when the Prime Minister had arrived at the UN Mehta Hospital. He had gone in and met with Hiraben Modi. He had met with the doctors. He had spoken to the doctors, tried to understand what her medical condition had been, what really she had been facing, how could she be recovering, what can be the precautions taken for her health in the futuristically as well. So these were some of the images that we saw of the Prime Minister speaking with the doctors as well of Hiraben Modi. And then we saw the Prime Minister leaving from the hospital, and we saw in fact a very relaxed Prime Minister leaving from the hospital, because we saw the images of the Prime Minister leaving from the hospital and glancing at the media, taking note of the media as well, because we had been camped out here, and not just the media, there had been several civilians that had gathered there who had been concerned about the Prime Minister's mother, who had been admitted in the hospital as well. So those images we had seen, and then we see that Hiraben Modi in fact has passed away. So a very shocking news that the nation had woken up to, and those are the kind of comments coming in, the kind of statements coming in, how people are paying their respects to Hiraben Modi as well, goes to show how much she had been loved, how much she had been, she had been followed, and how everybody in fact was concerned for Hiraben Modi's health as well. However, here we had been learning that there was nothing to be worried about, and that is why we had not really been expecting this kind of a news to have woken up to Ankit. But as of now, going forward, where we are right now, of course, is also where just a few minutes ago we had seen Hiraben Modi's mortal remains being taken from the UN Mehta Hospital, being taken to Rishabh village as well, to her house, where the last rites will be further be taken over from. And of course, the Prime Minister Modi will be arriving at her house as well. The entire family will be there, and of course, we are being told that the Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel, along with several other ministers, will be present there as well. So all of those last rites we can expect to begin shortly as well. We were being told that around 8:30 or so we can expect that the last rites will also be carried out. So we will show those images as well. We will see how many people in fact have gathered there to witness the mortal remains of Hiraben being brought from the hospital to her house, and in the last journey of Hiraben Modi as well, because she in fact herself had a following. There were people who looked up to her, as I mentioned earlier as well, and those really were the images that we saw outside of the hospital at the UN Mehta Hospital, where several people had come out of concern for Hiraben Modi, and they had been praying for her good health. We saw those images of how many havans in fact had also been carried out in Vadnagar, then be it Ahmedabad or Vadnagar or several other cities in fact, where these kind of images that we saw of havans and pujas and all of that being carried out for Hiraben Modi as well. But as of now, we are awaiting those images of the last journey of Hiraben Modi, and of course we will be showing that for our viewers as well, Ankit.
Definitely, Priyanka. And also, like you were saying, Prime Minister had written a post about her when she had turned 99 earlier this year, in which he had described her as simple, but extraordinary. And like also you had pointed out, she was a person who would always do her duty as a citizen. In the blog post, the Prime Minister wrote under a subheader saying a dutiful citizen that his mother had voted in every election since the time that elections began, from panchayat elections to parliament elections. So she always did her duty as a citizen, but she maintained her very simple lifestyle despite being the mother of a very illustrious son, a son who has been at the head of a government either at the state level or at the center for over 20 years. He had written, "I have never seen her wear any gold ornaments. She has no interest either. Like earlier, she continues to lead an extremely simple lifestyle in her small room." And because so many people had come to be so familiar with her, there are a number of condolences that continue to come in to us, like Smriti Irani, the union minister, who writes, "The demise of PM Narendra Modi's mother, Shri Hiraba, is very painful news. Her mother has a special place in a person's life. I pray to God to grant the departed soul a place at his feet and give strength to the Prime Minister and his family to bear the loss." Eknath Shinde, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, writes, "Deeply saddened to hear the news of the death of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's mother, Shri Hira Ben. We all share in the suffering of Narendra Modi ji. May the Lord bless the soul of his mother." A heartfelt tribute. This, even as we are told the Prime Minister has reached Ahmedabad and he will be going to her residence where her mortal remains will also be taken. The chief of the Democratic Azad Party, Ghulam Nabi Azad, former Chief Minister of JNK and an old co-chief minister along with Narendra Modi, he has written, "Saddened to hear the demise of Srimati Hira Ben, mother of PM Modi. I know that words are of little solace at this time. However, my heartfelt condolences to the Prime Minister." This, even as viewers, we are getting the first visuals of the Prime Minister in Ahmedabad. There he is. He can be seen having been received at the airport by Bhupendra Patel, the Chief Minister of Gujarat. Very sad time, undoubtedly, for him. He's in his car now and he will be making his way to the Gandhinagar residence of Hira Ben Modi, where she used to live with his brother's family. She passed away at the UN Mehta Hospital at 3:30 a.m. earlier this morning, just a couple of hours ago, after staying in hospital for about a day and a half. She had been taken there, we were told, after complaints of difficulty in breathing and blood pressure issues. And for a while there had seemed like there was hope. The hospital had put out fairly non-detailed statements saying that her condition was stable, and so there was hope. However, this morning at 3:30 a.m. she passed away. The Prime Minister, he acknowledged the fact that she had died. He wrote an emotional post on Twitter, and he has now reached Ahmedabad already. He'll be making his way to Gandhinagar. I believe we have Priyanka still with us, even as condolences continue to pour in. Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Chief Minister of Assam, says, "For 100 glorious years, Hira Ben Ma blessed us all with her affection. She was a symbol of simplicity, humility and conviction. As she leaves for her heavenly abode, with teary eyes, I join millions in prayers. May her blessings always be with us." Hema Malini, BJP Member of Parliament. Modi ji's much beloved and much respected mother, Hira Ben ji, has passed away. The nation joins her son in mourning this exemplary mother who set an example of Spartan living, though she had a famous son. So a lot of people clearly have memories of Hira Ben Modi, whether it be the most recent interaction that we saw around the Gujarat elections when the Prime Minister had visited her and the two had, as usual, caught up where they had left off, having an animated conversation like they were known to do, or whether it was one of the other times, one of the other many times in the last 20 years, and particularly in the last 8 years since Narendra Modi became Prime Minister, that she would be visited by him. We would see the pictures. They would be sharing most likely a simple meal I remember one time it was khichdi on a dining table, and both of them seemed more than happy to share the meal together, to be given the chance, despite how difficult the Prime Minister's schedule clearly was. And he always noted how she would always be in the know. She was lucid very clearly. She would keep track with the events of the day on the news, and she had a very sharp memory. He writes in his blog post, when I met mother after in 2017 returning from Kashi and carrying prasad for her, she asked me if I had paid obeisance to Kashi Vishwanath Mahadev. Mother still uses the full name, he wrote, Kashi Vishwanath Mahadev. Then during the conversation, she asked me if the lanes that lead to the Kashi Vishwanath temple are still the same, as if there is a temple inside someone's household premises. I was surprised and asked when she visited the temple. She revealed that she had gone to Kashi many years back, but surprisingly, she remembered everything. So this is a story that the Prime Minister narrated, an anecdote about how his mother had remembered the streets of Kashi and the Kashi Vishwanath Mandir. Even though she had visited there many, many years back, she had a very sharp memory. She says at one point, the Prime Minister wrote that his mother made him realize that it was possible to be learned without being formally educated. He shared an incident, he writes, when he wanted to publicly honor all his teachers, including his biggest teacher, his mother. However, his mother had declined then, saying, "See, I am an ordinary person. I may have given birth to you, but you have been taught and brought up by the Almighty." So there are a number of stories, and the Prime Minister has recounted them very beautifully on a number of occasions, of how his mother, in his own words, was simple but extraordinary. She held her own despite them having very humble beginnings. They lived in a thatched mud roof house, and they were in Vadnagar at the time. Number of kids, the Prime Minister and his siblings, and their income was meager. She would do what she could to supplement it. She would wash utensils. I remember when the Prime Minister had visited California in 2015, he had spoken to Mark Zuckerberg at the time, and he had broken down recounting the sacrifices that his mother had made to raise him. And now we see the most tragic of occasions. She has passed away at the age of 100, a centenarian and an extraordinary person. We see visuals on our screens of how she remained occasionally very active in the public glare. She would always be present whenever the Prime Minister visited Ahmedabad. He would make it a point to go to her house. You see, whenever they were together, they would have a chat. They would be very animated. They would quite visibly pick up where they left off. And she most certainly, like a number of the condolences point out, lived a Spartan lifestyle, but she would clearly appear to be very happy. We have Priyanka also with us. Priyanka, the Prime Minister has reached Ahmedabad. Where will he be going, and what is his schedule likely to be? And also clearly heartening condolences coming in from various sources. How will the people of Gujarat remember her? They've seen her for many years now, haven't they?
Well, that's right, Ankit. She had been 99 years old, and for quite some time, the Prime Minister was the then Chief Minister of Narendra Modi. He had been in the public eye for quite some time. He had been a tall leader of the BJP, and since becoming the Chief Minister of Gujarat, so he had been there. And of course, that is why people, of course, had also been knowing of Hira Modi as well. But even since she had come to the public eye, people had an allure for her, and of course we had seen the kind of following that Hira Modi had also enjoyed. And speaking of the Prime Minister, he has just arrived at the Ahmedabad airport. In fact, is on his way to reach Hira Modi's house. In fact, not her house, but her family's house, where she had been staying, and her mortal remains will be taken to the house, and after that there will be the last rites that will be carried out in Sector Sector 30 of Gandhinagar is what we've been told. And that is where the Prime Minister will be going, where the Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel along with the various cabinet ministers will be going there along with the family members of Narendra Modi, of Heeraben Modi, the sons of Heeraben Modi. Somabhai Modi as well included, who had been there at the hospital. He had spent some time with Heeraben Modi, and he was the one, remember, that the Prime Minister had in fact gone to visit on the day of the elections, on the day of the voting as well. Those images had come out where we had seen the Prime Minister having gone to have met Somabhai Modi as well, and we had seen those images of the brothers in fact having spent some time, and Somabhai Modi as well has now reached with the mortal remains to her house, and of course will be taken from there to the crematorium as well. In fact, we can expect in a few minutes from now that they will be reaching her house, and from where her mortal remains will be taken. So all of that is expected today. That's what his schedule is looking like, Ankit. And of course, we can expect that the Prime Minister will be spending some time with the family members, with his brothers as well. And of course, he will be spending some time in the house where Heeraben Modi had also stayed, where we had usually seen those images, Ankit, those images of the Prime Minister having met Heeraben Modi in the house, and those images we had seen where the Prime Minister and Heeraben Modi would usually share a meal, or they would share some moments, they would watch, sometimes we would see the images of them watching TV together. So those are the images really that we saw, and not just of the Prime Minister. We usually saw that if there was a big victory of the Prime Minister in Delhi and he would be celebrating in the BJP headquarters there in Delhi, we would see the images of Heeraben Modi in the house and watching the Prime Minister on the television. And then we would of course also hear of some kind of a phone call conversation happening between Heeraben Modi and the Prime Minister if there is a big event that has taken place, and we would see those images. So that really tells us, Ankit, how close really the Prime Minister and Heeraben Modi had been. In fact, we are almost reaching Heeraben Modi, where her mortal remains have also been taken, and from where she will be, her mortal remains will be taken to the crematorium there in Gandhinagar itself, and that's where we will see the Prime Minister there. And you know, there have been several instances, as you were also pointing out, where the Prime Minister has made references to Heeraben Modi in a public forum, where he has been discussing about his own journey coming up as a politician, as the Prime Minister, as the Chief Minister of the state of Gujarat. And in fact, we are also showing, these images of the Prime Minister having met Heeraben Modi. So these are really the images that we will see today throughout the day of the Prime Minister and of course Heeraben Modi's last rites that will be performed at around 8:30 to 8:45 p.m. AM, I beg your pardon, when she will be taken from her house and will be taken to the crematorium, and we can expect the Prime Minister in fact to also arrive shortly.
Definitely, Priyanka. You know, while you were speaking about the times when they would be together, to my mind, it brought a sense of two people who are trying to enjoy what time they can together, because life doesn't always afford that occasion. We have seen the many occasions when they were catching up. They would just be sitting around, they would be talking, they would be having some kind of discussion clearly, and it just goes to show that she remained extremely lucid despite her advanced years. She would be very keenly aware of various matters that were perhaps going on, and certainly the Prime Minister could be seen enjoying himself, having a conversation with her, perhaps a lot of nostalgia also there. We've seen how a lot of other people also remember this relationship and remember Heeraben Modi, because most definitely she is someone who is extraordinary. She is an inspiration. She has passed away now, a centenarian, and I'd like to read out some of the condolences. Om Birla, the Speaker of the Lok Sabha, says, I express condolence on the demise of Honorable Hira Ba, mother of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. Mother is the one who nourishes a person's life with values. Hirabai's virtuous life is an inspiration for all of us. My deepest condolences to the Prime Minister and his family in this hour of grief. Om Shanti. Nitin Gadkari, Union Minister, says, the news of the demise of respected Mataji Heeraben ji of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji is very sad. My heartfelt tribute to him. The values that Heeraba ji gave to his family while living a very difficult and a life full of struggle, the country has got a leader like Narendra Modi because of that. His image of being extremely simple and loving will always be remembered. May God give peace to the departed soul and give strength to Narendra Bhai and the Modi family in this hour of grief. That was Nitin Gadkari. Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Chief Minister of Assam, says, for 100 glorious years, Heeraben Ma blessed us all with her affection. She was a symbol of simplicity, humility and conviction. As she leaves for her heavenly abode, with teary eyes, I join millions in prayers. May her blessings always be with us. And so many condolences coming in from across party lines. We have at this point BJP Rajya Sabha MP Rakesh Sinha joining us. Mr. Sinha, thank you so much for speaking to us. It's a very sad occasion this morning. How do you remember Heeraben Modi?
You know, I remember the mother of Prime Minister Modi. She earned the respect of the entire world that she has. Because Modi ji, the leadership and Modi's contribution to society and her wishes. And she served as a mother without any expectations. This is the example of the true mother who is serving the nation through her son. She never expected anything. She was the mother of the Prime Minister, but she remained as in the life of austerity and without a notion of power. This is a unique case. And this is an example of that hot Shankaracharya and his mother was. So the Prime Minister Modi ji and his mother. Her demise is really shocking for us because in her life she has been a center of attraction. She is a center of inspiration for the people of the country. And this is also an example for everyone that how to serve the nation, how to serve the society without any expectation. A mother who has lived a life, entire life serving the people, and this is a great example, and we are really very shocked to see that she is no more, and I'm unfortunate I could not meet her, but a larger number of people have visited her, met her, and everybody realized that her role, her life, her action, everything was just for the nation. She inspired the people. She inspired her son. You know, she never expected the Prime Minister of India to serve his family. She expected the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Modi ji, who is her son, that he should live for the nation and the society.
Absolutely. Mr. Sinha, those are wise words there. We also ask you to stay with us. The Prime Minister, whenever he would visit Gandhinagar, he'd always be seen meeting her. They would share a simple meal, a conversation, whatever time they could spend together, they would, and they would seem very happy to do it. How do you, having watched this, I'm presuming for many years, how do you remember and quantify their bond? What do you make of it? What are your recollections?
Whenever Modi ji visited, and we found that he visited just like a small child. When he was sitting with his mother, he behaved like a small child, touching her feet, talking to her, and this looked like a very, very beautiful relationship between the two. I didn't know how his mother would have been responding and telling her. I imagine that she must be thinking that whatever you are doing, my wishes are with you. And I think the power of the Prime Minister, the source of the power of Prime Minister was his mother, would be the spirit of his mother. Because whenever he visited there, and he never felt that my mother is living in austerity. This shows that Prime Minister is concerned about the common people. If a common mother, a common person is living in the austerity, so power should not be used for the family. This is the biggest exceptional example in the modern world that the most powerful person sitting at the top of the state power has not been doing anything, iota of things for anyone in the family. And her mother supported in this moral. So her mother has been the source of his morality, public morality, source of his life of austerity, source of his strength. I think whenever they met, that was a relationship between a mother and a child.
Right, most definitely. I agree with you. Also, if you remember earlier this year and on many occasions previously, Rakesh Sinha, the Prime Minister had spoken about her, or he would write about her. He would rekindle some of his old memories with her, of them growing up, of them living in Vadnagar. Long before he became a politician, long before he even became an adult, a lot of the time. He described her in his recent post earlier this year as simple but extraordinary. How would you quantify that? Would you have any similar recollections of her?
In the earlier life, Modi's family had been suffering due to economic crisis, and her mother was the source for the livelihood of the family. The child who had grown up in that situation, they came into public life not as a politician but a RSS pracharak. He did a lot of work as a RSS pracharak and identified himself with the society, social cause, social concern. And thereafter he became politician, so he had very little
Mr.
time to
Sinha.
put.
Right, Mr. Sinha, value those words. We have visuals as well coming in right now of the Prime Minister reaching the residence of his brother, where Hira Ben Modi had lived for many years. You can see he reached Ahmedabad just a short while back. Do continue, Mr. Sinha. I just wanted to alert the viewers that the Prime Minister has reached. You were telling us of her simplicity, despite being a quite extraordinary person and their humble beginnings. Go on. Viewers, I believe we'll try and get Mr. Rakesh Sinha to join us again, but as we speak, the Prime Minister has reached the residence of his brother, where his mother Hira Ben Modi had lived for a long time. She had lived there until a day before yesterday, when in the morning she had been taken to the UN Mehta hospital campus, where it is that she passed away. Her mortal remains have been brought back, we are told, to this house, and very shortly at about 8:30 a.m. is when the cremation is likely to take place. A very tragic moment. It's a very sad moment. The Prime Minister, mother, is no more. We've got many condolences. Ravi Shankar Prasad, former Union Minister, says, "My humble tribute to the Prime Minister on the death of his mother, Mrs. Hira Ben Modi ji. With her determination and dedicated life, she became the inspiration of Shri Narendra Modi. I pray to God to grant a place on the pious soul at his holy feet. Om Shanti." And M.K. Stalin, Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, says, "We all know the emotional bond you had with your beloved mother Heeraben. The grief of losing one's mother is too hard to bear for anyone. I am deeply saddened, and no words can describe how sorry I am for your loss. Sending my deepest sympathy and heartfelt condolences in this hour of grief. May you find peace and comfort in the memories you shared with your mother." Lots of very well written words, very meaningful words coming in from across the political spectrum for a person who was known to just about everyone. Her son, the Prime Minister, former Chief Minister, an incredibly popular figure, has now reached Ahmedabad and is at the residence where she lived, where also Priyanka is reporting for us. Priyanka, what is likely to happen now, and what is the scene currently outside the residence of late now Heeraben Modi?
दैट्स राइट अंकित, जिस तरह से आप देख सकते हैं हमारे पीछे जो हीराबा मोदी के जो मॉर्टल रिमेन्स हैं उनको यहाँ पर लेकर आया गया था। ये वृंदावन बंगलोज जहाँ पर उनके बेटे रहते हैं और उन्हीं के साथ हीराबा मोदी यहाँ पर रहती हैं और उनको यहाँ पर लेकर आया जा चुका है। उनके मॉर्टल रिमेन्स यहाँ पर लेकर आ जा चुके हैं और यहीं पे आप देख सकते हैं कि कई सारा जो वीआईपी मूवमेंट जो यहाँ पर हो रहा है, सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट्स जो यहाँ पर किए जा रहे हैं, पुलिस का मूवमेंट आपको देखने को मिल रहा है। तो वो सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट्स पीएम के अराइवल को ध्यान में रखते हुए किए जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि कई सारा जो वीवीआईपी मूवमेंट यहाँ पर ऑफ कोर्स हो रहा है, मिनिमल ऑफ कोर्स सिक्योरिटी के साथ काम किया जा रहा है, जिससे कि ज़्यादा यहाँ पर लोगों को परेशानी ना हो। पर प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी यहाँ पर कुछ ही मिनटों में पहुँचने वाले हैं और इनफैक्ट आ चुके हैं यहाँ पर, जहां हीराबा मोदी को लेकर आया जा चुका था। और प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी हीराबा मोदी के साथ में वो जो तस्वीरें हैं हमें कुछ ही मिनटों में यहाँ पर देखने को मिल सकती हैं। तो उनके जो आने के बाद से जो यहाँ पर मूवमेंट के लिए यहाँ पर जो सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर की गई है, ये इमेजेस हम आपको इस समय यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। पर इसी के साथ ये जो हमें देखने को मिला कल और परसों से, जब हीराबा मोदी जब से यूएन मेहता हॉस्पिटल में उनको जब से एडमिट किया था, बार बार हमें यही बताया जा रहा था मेडिकल बुलेटिन्स के ज़रिए या डॉक्टर्स के ज़रिए, जो हमने भी बातचीत की डॉक्टर से जो उनका इलाज कर रहे थे, उन्होंने भी यही कहा था कि उनकी कंडीशन जो है वो स्टेबलाइज हो चुकी थी। पर एक बार एकदम से जब ये आज सुबह में जब 3:30 बजे करीब जब ये खबर आई कि हीराबा मोदी अब नहीं रही हैं, क्योंकि उनका जब ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा था उसी ट्रीटमेंट के दरमियान वो चल बसी हैं, तो वो सारी जो खबरें आ रही थी वो काफ़ी शॉकिंग जो खबरें आ रही थी, क्योंकि आज तक कल रात तक जो हमें अपडेट्स मिल रहे थे हॉस्पिटल से कि उनकी कंडीशन स्टेबल है, और आज सुबह से हमें ये देखने को मिल रहा है कि हीराबा मोदी अब नहीं रही हैं। और हीराबा मोदी का जब ट्रीटमेंट हो रहा था उसी के बीच में, उसी के दरमियान वो चल बसी हैं, और उसी के बाद में हम देख रहे हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी खुद यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं और उन्हीं के साथ कई सारा जो वीवीआईपी मूवमेंट हमको देखने को मिला था यूएन मेहता हॉस्पिटल में भी, जब मुख्यमंत्री भूपेंद्र पटेल और कई सारे जो कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर्स हैं वो भी यूएन मेहता हॉस्पिटल पे पहुँच चुके थे। और वही जो हमें चेहरे हैं वो यहाँ पर भी देखने को मिल रहे हैं उनके घर के पास, जब कुछ ही मिनटों में यहाँ से उनको लेकर जाया जाएगा। जो उनका शव है उनको क्रेमेटोरियम लेकर जाया जाएगा। जो लास्ट राइट्स हैं उसके हिसाब से किए जाएंगे। जो उनका शव है उनको क्रेमेटोरियम की तरफ, जब हमें बताया जा रहा था कि टाइमलाइन अराउंड 8:30 के बाद, 8:30 के बाद में ये पूरा जो मूवमेंट है हमको देखने को मिलेगा। पर इस समय हम कुछ ही पलों में शायद एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं कि हमें अंदर से भी कुछ शायद तस्वीरें देखने को मिले, जब प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी खुद यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं लास्ट राइट्स जो हैं उसके लिए, और अपने जो परिवार है उसके साथ थोड़ा वक्त बिताने, उनसे मिलने के लिए, और जो एक बेटे के ज़रिए जो अपना वो राइट्स परफॉर्म करेंगे हीराबा मोदी के लिए, तो वो सारी चीज़ें हमें देखने को मिलेंगी 8:30 से 9 बजे के करीब, जब उनको लेकर जाया जाएगा और उनका जो क्रेमेटोरियम है वहाँ पर लेकर जाया जाएगा और वहीं पे जो अंतिम संस्कार है वो सारे किए जाएंगे।
Priyanka there bringing us up to date with what is now going to happen. Priyanka, if you can hear me clearly, she was a person who was very well known in the vicinity and in the state. I'm sure this will leave an indelible mark on the people of Gujarat, won't it? Are we likely to see many people also coming out? Are there already people out there, neighbors, people who live close by?
This exactly is the house where we saw those images of usually when the Prime Minister arrived here, and usually when we see the VVIP movement here, but especially when the Prime Minister had come here for anything really. But the latest images were that of the Gujarat elections, when the Prime Minister had arrived here and he had met with his mother Hiraba, and this was the exact place where we usually see the Prime Minister arriving. and he usually comes with minimal security, and we usually see as per the protocol, but the Prime Minister arriving here and spending some time with his mother Hira Modi, and in the latest images that we had seen was right after the Gujarat elections, when he had come here and they had spent some quality time together, and we had seen those images of the mother and son spending some time together, and we had also seen these images of Hira Modi, as I had mentioned earlier, that any time that there is a big development when it comes to the Prime Minister, if there's a victory of the Prime Minister or there is a celebration in Delhi in the BJP headquarters, we see those images being seen on television by Hira Modi in this house. We usually see those images of Hira Modi, and as you pointed out, and as we have been speaking about since morning as well, the kind of following that Hira Modi had enjoyed, the kind of people, in fact, who used to had idolized her as well, and she had, in a lot of ways, become a very an idol, in fact, for a lot of people. In fact, we had seen during the elections as well, when Hira Modi had come out and vote, she had become an image for people to be implored to come out and vote, because her being so old, even then, had been extremely active. But as of now, we see some movement. We do see some movement. We are showing you the images from the Vrindavan bungalows, and as of now, what we see right now is that the Prime Minister inside, along with the various ministers as well that are inside, and of course we had seen where the Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel had also been here, and we will be expecting there to be some movement, and we will be getting those images for our viewers as well, because we can expect in probably a few minutes from now, and we are seeing that perhaps we will try to get in a closer view of this, and we will try to see. All right, so we see the Prime Minister there, with the mortal remains of Hira Modi. All right, so those are the images, heartbreaking images, really, जो हमें तस्वीरें देखने को मिल रही है। कई सारे लोग हैं यहाँ पर जो मौजूद हैं, कई सारे लोग जो यहाँ पर इकट्ठा हो चुके हैं, जो फॉलोअर्स हैं वो भी आए हैं, पर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी खुद यहाँ पर इस समय मौजूद है। हमें देखने को मिल रहा है कि वो यहाँ पर हीरा मोदी का जो मॉर्टल रिमेन्स है, जो उनके शव हैं, हीरा मोदी का जो अंतिम संस्कार है उसके लिए जा रहे हैं। इनफैक्ट हम आपको ये तस्वीरें इस वक्त दिखा रहे हैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की, उन्हीं के साथ साथ उनके जो परिवार है, उनके जो भाई हैं, उनके साथ में इस तस्वीर को आप देख सकते हैं। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को यहाँ पर जो अंतिम संस्कार के लिए जो लेकर जाया जा रहा है हीरा मोदी को, आप देख सकते हैं किस तरह से जो ये इस एम्बुलेंस में, इस वैन में रखा जाएगा और वहाँ से उनको जो क्रेमेटोरियम है वहाँ पर लेकर जाया जाएगा। तो ये तस्वीरें प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी उनकी माता के अंतिम संस्कार के लिए कंधा देते हुए, उनका जो शव है उस एम्बुलेंस में उनके शव को लेकर जाया जाएगा। क्रेमेटोरियम में जो अंतिम संस्कार है, जो लास्ट राइट्स हैं, वो किए जाएंगे। आप देख सकते हैं इस समय पे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, कई सारे जो दूसरे भी मिनिस्टर्स हैं वो भी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। श्री राम जय जय राम के जो प्रेयर्स जो होती हैं, जो प्रार्थनाएं होती हैं, एज पर रिचुअल जो किए जाते हैं, वो उसी के साथ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अपनी माता के शव को कंधा देते हुए हीरा मोदी और नरेंद्र मोदी की कई सारी हमने तस्वीरें देखी हैं साथ में। और इस वक्त जब हम ये तस्वीरें देखते हैं, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अपने माता को शव को जो कंधा देते हुए इस एम्बुलेंस में जो अंतिम यात्रा रथ है उसमें लेकर, जब क्रेमेटोरियम में लेकर जाया जाएगा उनको, और जो अंतिम संस्कार हैं वो एज पर रिचुअल्स जो किए जाएंगे। इस वक्त आप देख सकते हैं हीराबा मोदी के शव को अंतिम यात्रा रथ में रख दिया गया है और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी खुद उनके साथ में जाएंगे क्रेमेटोरियम। वो अंदर जा चुके हैं, अंदर अपनी माता के साथ में जो आखिरी कुछ पल हैं वो बिताएंगे। वो हमें देखने को मिल रही हैं ये तस्वीरें प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की हीराबा के साथ। जो आखिरी यात्रा है, आखिरी जो यात्रा है हीराबा मोदी की, वो हमें देखने को मिल रही है करते हुए। और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी उनकी इस आखिरी यात्रा में क्रेमेटोरियम तक जो आखिरी उनके जो लास्ट राइट्स हैं वो परफॉर्म करने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अब साथ में जाएंगे एक बेटे के नाते। पहले हमने देखा वो तस्वीरें जो उनके घर से निकलते समय हीराबा मोदी के शव को कंधा देते हुए प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, और उस शव को जब ये अंतिम यात्रा रथ में सवार के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अंदर जा रहे हैं और जो क्रेमेटोरियम है वहाँ पर लेकर जाया जाएगा शव को। और जो लास्ट राइट्स है हमें बताया जा रहा है सेक्टर 30 गांधीनगर में ये जो क्रेमेटोरियम है वहाँ पर जो अंतिम संस्कार हैं वो किए जाएंगे हीराबा मोदी के। और जो हमने पूरे फैमिली को हमने देखा, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के जो भाई हैं उनको हमने देखा, हीराबा मोदी को देखा, उनके जो फैमिली मेंबर्स हैं उनको देखा, कई सारे जो मिनिस्टर्स हैं, भूपेंद्र पटेल, कई दूसरे जो मिनिस्टर्स हैं वो सब साथ में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ में इस वक्त पे, इस कठिन वक्त पे इनफैक्ट सारे जो नेता हैं, सारे जो लीडर्स हैं सब जाएंगे प्रधानमंत्री के साथ में हीराबा मोदी की जो अंतिम यात्रा है उसके लिए। और जो लास्ट राइट्स हैं वो जो हैं वो परफॉर्म किए जाएंगे। और उसी के लिए उसी के साथ हम ये तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं वृंदावन बंगलोज से, जहां से हीराबा मोदी को लेकर जाया जा चुका है उनकी अंतिम यात्रा के लिए। और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी एक बेटे के नाते उनको कंधा देते हुए जो अंतिम संस्कार हैं प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी वो भी परफॉर्म करेंगे।
अभी
Hiraba Modi and Prime Minister Narendra Modi in front there, a pallbearer in this case bearing her mortal remains as she takes her final journey to the crematorium in Gandhinagar. Her mortal remains were brought there just a short while before Narendra Modi reached there as well. And in the visuals that we saw from inside their bungalow, he prostrated himself at the mortal remains of his mother. He laid a wreath there and he took her blessings for one last time. And then the mortal remains were picked up. He was in the front. He bore her body to the ambulance. He stepped into the ambulance and he is now joined her last journey. Sad, tragic visuals here. She passed away at the age of 100, a centenarian, at 3:30 a.m. at the UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad, where she had been taken a day and a half earlier, now 48 or so hours ago, after complaints of having difficulty breathing and blood pressure issues. We were given some amount of hope that she may recover, because the bulletins and the updates had said from the hospital that her condition was improving, but she tragically passed away at 3:30 a.m. Priyanka has been telling us and recounting many stories over the years, from when the Prime Minister would visit her. It would be many occasions before elections are held, many after he had won. Let's listen in now to what's happening there.
All right, so we also see several neighbors, several family members, in fact, chanting prayers for Heeraben Modi. You can see several neighbors, in fact, the ladies of this particular place that have particular society, in fact, they have gathered and they are chanting prayers for Heeraben Modi. So these really are the images coming out, Ankit, from the Vrindavan bungalow, where in fact these prayers are being chanted for Heeraben Modi, who has just departed and in fact has left from the mortal remains have been taken from the Vrindavan bungalows as well to the crematorium, where the last rites will be performed of Heeraben Modi. And we had seen those images of the Prime Minister. Prime Minister also carrying the mortal remains of Heeraben Modi, giving a shoulder as a son does as per the rituals of the Hindu religion. And of course we do see the Prime Minister had carrying out those last rites. He will be travelling with the Heeraben Modi's mortal remains on the Antim Yatra Rath, and he will be going to the crematorium with Heeraben Modi. In fact, is en route to the crematorium where the last rites will be performed of Heeraben Modi, who had departed from this world at 3:30 a.m. in this morning. And a shocking news really that it was being registered as for people here, since we had been getting those updates of Heeraben Modi, and we had been learning that she was stabilizing, that she was recovering, and that we were expecting her to be discharged today. We were expecting her to be brought home here today, in a healthy condition, in a stable condition, and of course then for her to be brought here for observation so that she can recuperate and recover. And those really were the images that we were expecting to see today, Ankit, here at the Vrindavan bungalows, where we were expecting her to come back here because we were expecting her to be discharged. So all of these things, in fact, let's keep showing you the visuals, because we do see the family members who are here. And of course a very emotional time for the entire family here. We see, of course, the family members and the neighbors here at the Vrindavan bungalows who have come out here, and they had in fact come for the last rites and the last journey of Heeraben Modi as well. And they had come here to witness, they had come here to pay their respects to Heeraben Modi, and they will be doing so, of course, with the last rites of Heeraben Modi being performed at the crematorium not far from here. And we also see the Prime Minister and of course all the others that have gone on the last journey of Heeraben Modi. But as of now, the family members, the women of the house who usually in certain customs do not go for the last rites are also here, and the elders of the house, in fact, who were chanting those prayers. We see those images from the Vrindavan bungalow where, in fact, Heeraben Modi used to live with her son, and we see those brothers, her sons, giving her the shoulder for her mortal remains to be carried for the last rites, as the sons do, as per the Hindu religion, as per the customs, as per the last rites that will be performed for Heeraben Modi. We saw those heartbreaking images, really, of the Prime Minister shouldering the mortal remains of his mother, Heeraben Modi. The two of them we had seen in one frame earlier, just a few weeks ago, in a very vibrant conversation, those vibrant images that we had seen of the Prime Minister with his mother just a few weeks ago, and now we see, sadly, the Prime Minister shouldering his mother, Heeraben Modi, and, of course, taking her on the last rites, for the last rites, going for the last rites that will be performed in the crematorium in Sector 30 in Gandhinagar. And, of course, we can expect the Prime Minister to spend some time here, expect him to come back here and spend some time with the family members. But as the Prime Minister functions, for him, we have usually seen that the work comes above everything else. So maybe we can expect the Prime Minister emplaning back perhaps today, but we will have to wait for that. But of course, the Prime Minister, as of now, carrying out the last rites of his mother, and we do see the Prime Minister expected to come back here as well, because the security arrangements tell us that. And we can expect that those images that we will see of the Prime Minister with his family today, of course, a very difficult time for the Prime Minister and the entire family, because we had seen how close the Prime Minister had been with his mother, because, as I mentioned, just weeks ago in this particular location itself, remember, Ankit, we had seen those images of the Prime Minister taking a detour after marathon rallies that he had addressed, and even then he making it a point to come here to visit his mother, Heeraben Modi. I remember we had been trailing him for the elections, and we had been trailing him for the rallies since morning. And in the evening, even after, covering 4 to 5 districts in rallies, and even after that, he had made it a point to come and visit Heeraben Modi as well. And those were the usual images that we saw of the Prime Minister and Heeraben Modi together as well. Time and time again, where the Prime Minister had made it a point to come and visit Heeraben Modi, and not just visit, but spend some good quality time with her, because those were the images that we saw from right inside the house where we're standing outside of. And of course, we had seen those images of the Prime Minister and Heeraben Modi sharing a meal. We see those images of Heeraben Modi watching the Prime Minister on television, and we hear of these news of Heeraben Modi having spoken to the Prime Minister after every big event that takes place, and that really tells us the kind of bond that the Prime Minister and Heeraben Modi used to share. And this is something that we have witnessed firsthand when we have been covering the Prime Minister in Gujarat, and each and every time that he makes it a point to come right here at the Vrindavan bungalows where Heeraben Modi used to live. And that really used to tell us how close the both of them had been, and that is why we see those heartbreaking images today of the Prime Minister shouldering the mortal remains of his mother, Heeraben Modi, and taking her to the crematorium, riding with her in the Antam Yatra Rath, and going with her mortal remains and to the crematorium where the last rites will be performed as well. So those really are the images from the Vrindavan bungalows, where the rest of the family is also present right now. And time again we have seen, Ankit, these images of the Prime Minister and his entire family that he has visited, that every time he has been in the home state of Gujarat, and not even when he has not been here. We have seen the Prime Minister speak of his family. We have seen the Prime Minister Narendra Modi speak of Heeraben on various occasions, and has always spoken in admiration of Heeraben Modi, almost as though he has reflected in various of his speeches and statements that he has given in public forums, that he has an utter admiration for Heeraben Modi, for the kind of work that she did, so the kind of sacrifices that she made for Narendra Modi, for the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and how he has recalled those sacrifices of Heeraben Modi in various occasions in a public platform, where he has recalled how Heeraben Modi used to work for him, to put him for basic necessities that there used to be a dearth of for Narendra Modi, how he had spoken about his time growing up, and that how there were difficult circumstances that they had been facing while growing up as well, and how Heeraben Modi had also worked to put the and how Heeraben Modi had also worked to actually put in the work for getting the family also to get the bare minimum. So this is the kind of statements, the kind of admiration, the adoration that we used to see from the Prime Minister when he spoke so fondly of Heeraben Modi, and the same Heeraben Modi, in fact, who has sadly passed away, and we had seen the mortal remains of Heeraben Modi being shouldered by Narendra Modi and being taken to the crematorium, where the last rites can be expected to be started in perhaps just a few seconds from now, because it has been quite some time that they have left from the Vrindavan bungalow, and of course the crematorium in Sector 30 is where the last rites will also be performed. And those really are the images that are coming to light from Gandhinagar here in the Raisana village, where Heeraben Modi used to live and used to enjoy her own following, used to see how people used to idolize her, and more so in the last couple of years that we have seen this following, because more so we have seen the Prime Minister speak about his mother so fondly in public forums since the time that he had gone to Delhi, since the time that he has become the Prime Minister. We have seen him speak about his personal life. We have seen him speak about how Heeraben Modi used to work for the family, and how the kind of work that she was doing, and how she used to earn a meager living. So these are the kind of statements that we saw from the Prime Minister time and time again since at least the last couple of years, when he has spoken very fondly of Heeraben Modi in a public forum. But of course we see heartbreaking images today of Heeraben Modi having been passed away, and the Prime Minister as a son carrying out the last riots that we are expecting will be underway in Gandhinagar as well, and we can expect the Prime Minister to perhaps come back and also spend some time with the family today as well.
Right, Priyanka giving us coverage from on the ground, telling us exactly what's happening. Just a short while earlier, we saw the Prime Minister carry his mother Heeraben Modi's mortal remains out as one of the pallbearers. It was taken in the ambulance then, where he joined her to the crematorium, where we are told the last rites will take place very shortly. It's the final journey, it's the last journey of an incredible person, an extraordinary woman, Heeraben Modi, who has passed away at the age of 100, a centenarian in Ahmedabad. She was in the public's consciousness for a number of years, and I've just been going through some of the things that the PM had said about her. He once had even said that she was more enthralled by the time that he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat even than when he became the Prime Minister. It was something clearly that she shared with the area, and we can see that the community there also paying her back in kind. A lot of people are coming out. You can see members of the community, members of the family are seated in their shared condolences paying tributes, singing songs and eulogies for her outside the compound where she had lived while her last journey is held. Heartbreaking images, really. And at this time, we can also tell you that the President of India has sent in her condolences. President Draupadi Murmu writes, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's mother Hiraba's 100 years of a struggling life is a symbol of Indian ideals. Shri Modi imbibed the spirit and the values of Hiraba in his life. I pray for the peace of the holy soul. My condolences to the family. So the President has sent in her condolences as well. The Prime Minister has joined Hiraba Modi in her final journey, a final journey that comes at the end of an extraordinary 100-year life, a century in this great land of India. A person who struggled, she toiled, she raised her family, a number of kids in Vadnagar on different occasions. Like the Prime Minister wrote on his blog, there was a friend of the families who had passed away, and their son had come to stay with the Modis, and she had treated him also as one of her own children. And during festivals, she would make his favorite foods as well. And so you get a sense of how, despite clearly having very limited means, they had plenty of heart and plenty of soul and plenty of love there. They would make do with what they could, and they did very well. And she would try her level best to supplement her family's income. She would take up jobs such as washing the utensils. It just tells you some of the values and ideals from which this family has come, from which the Prime Minister has come. That is how he was forged, that Vadnagar crucible, with Hiraba Modi showing him the way, teaching him many ideals, with him picking up some things from her implicitly, like her resilience, something that he always touted, her ability to take joy in the happiness of others, her ability to always be caught up with what is happening around. Even in her advanced years, he had written about how she would always be in the know. She would be the happiest you could see whenever something big came his way or the country's way. She was a model citizen in the sense that she always did her duty when it came to casting her vote and her franchise. She would participate in elections of all levels, from panchayat to parliament. It's something that we saw also quite recently in the Gujarat polls. And whenever the Prime Minister, despite his very busy schedule, whenever he would be in the vicinity, and we're not even saying the city, whenever he would be a lot of the time simply in the state, he would make a detour like he did quite recently, and he would come and he would meet her, even if it is for a short sparing moments that they could share together. Time is obviously something that is short, and especially with the schedules that they had, and even then you could see them catching up, taking up from where they left off, sharing a good conversation, a clear quintessential mother-child bond. You could always rather imagine the kind of conversation they were having. It's about the simple things, it's about life, it's about shared experiences, people that they've clearly known, I can imagine, for many years. There are people who have lived in this community, in this area for a long time. A lot of shared experiences, a lot clearly to talk about, not enough time always to talk about it, but they would do what they could. We have a number of events that are taking place on the ground right now. We are currently awaiting the final rites to be held, and I believe we have voices also on the ground. Let's listen into what is happening right now in Gandhinagar.
ना ही दुख जितना आप और हमको या पूरी दुनिया पूरे देश को लग रहा है, उससे कई गुना ज़्यादा पीएम मोदी के लिए ये गहरा इसे सदमा ही कहा जाएगा। क्योंकि वो जब भी गांधीनगर आते थे, अपने घर का जब दरवाज़ा वो खोलते थे तो सामने माँ नज़र आती थी। और उस जो सोफ़ा हमने देखा है जिस पे फ़ोटो भी लगी हुई, अभी हाल ही में जो तस्वीर सामने आई थी, उस सोफ़े पे बैठकर जब पीएम मोदी की माँ हीराबा अपने बेटे को दुलार करती थी, और मुझे याद आता है कि जब भी पीएम मोदी उनसे मिलने जाते थे तो उनके जन्मदिन पर पीएम मोदी की माँ आज भी उन्हें कुछ पैसे दिया करती थी, जैसा कि हम आमतौर पर बचपन से देखते आए हैं। और वो पल बड़ा खास होता है। वो पैसे वो माँ के आशीर्वाद के तौर पर वो पीएम मोदी हमेशा रखते हैं अपने पास। और वो संदेश बड़ा साफ होता था कि एक बेटा कितना भी बड़ा हो जाए, किसी भी बड़े पद पर पहुंच जाए, लेकिन उस माँ के लिए तो वो छोटा सा उसका बेटा ही रहता है। और मुझे याद है कि जब प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अपने राजनीतिक जीवन में आगे बढ़ रहे थे और जब उन्हें देश की सेवा का मौका मिला, भारत माता की सेवा का मौका मिला, तो उनकी मां ने कहा कि आप जाइए, अब आप देश की सेवा कीजिए। गुजरात की सेवा आपने की, अब देश आपसे बहुत उम्मीदों भरी नजरों से देखता है। ये सारी बात
Demise of Hira Ben Modi, and as you just heard there, wherever you go, you will currently, likely today, hear tales of this extraordinary woman and the relationship she shared with her son, who has risen to become one of the most popular people in the history of the country, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We have Priyanka currently, I believe, with people who knew Hira Ben Modi. Let's go to her. Priyanka, over to you.
Gathered here. One such neighbor is joining me right now. Let's get in a word from him to understand how exactly they had known Heeraben Modi as well. आप बताइए, आप कहीं पे रहते हैं, आप Heeraben Modi के साथ मिलते थे, आप जानते थे उनको, किस तरह से उनकी फॉलोइंग भी थी?
We'll go back to Priyanka as soon as we can get her on the phone on a clear connection. She is with members of the neighborhood, with neighbors of Hira Ben Modi, people who clearly knew her for a long time and are willing to recount their memory, their reminiscences of her. We'll also shortly go back to Priyanka for more of the same. We've seen a short while earlier how Hira Ben Modi's mortal remains were taken for her last journey there en route the Gandhinagar crematorium, and it is there where the last rites will be held. The Prime Minister arrived in Ahmedabad. He landed there after taking off from New Delhi. Just a short while after his mother's mortal remains reached the house where she had lived with his brother's family, and he paid his respects. He knelt before the mortal remains of his mother. He laid a wreath on her body and he took her blessings for one final time, like we've seen him take many times in the past when he would achieve a success, when he would be vying for something big, taking up a big endeavor, whether it's moving to New Delhi to become the Prime Minister, whether it's his last win as Gujarat Chief Minister. He would first and foremost go visit her, take her blessings for the next challenge that he would take up. Whenever he was in town, he would go visit her. They would many a time share a simple meal and they would chat like families do, perhaps recount their old days. We have Priyanka once again, even as we bring you visuals, viewers, of people clearly very saddened by her demise. Priyanka, over to you. I believe you have people there with you who knew her as well.
Let's go straight to them to understand how they had known her. आप जैसा आप बता रहे थे कि हीराबा मोदी के साथ में आप बातचीत भी करते थे, हीराबा मोदी से आप मुलाकात करते थे, आप उनको जानते थे. किस तरह से उनकी फॉलोइंग थी, किस तरह से उनका व्यवहार था? क्योंकि काफ़ी टाइम तक हम देख रहे हैं कि उनकी एक फॉलोइंग ज़रूर थी और काफ़ी जब उनकी उम्र भी हो गई थी तब भी वो अपनी काफ़ी उम्र के लिए काफ़ी फिट थे, काफ़ी तंदुरुस्त थे. और आज जब हम देख रहे हैं कि काफ़ी दुख की जो घटना है, जो हीराबा मोदी अब नहीं रहे हैं.
हीराबा तो एक खरेखर हमें जाते थे उसके मिलने तो ये खुशी में आ जाती थी और खुशी में झुकते थे. और जब मोदी साहब आते थे तो वो कहते थे अच्छा मेरे बेटा आया, और खुश में झूमती थी और इसको क्या खिलाऊं क्या नहीं खिलाऊं ऐसा बोलती थी माता जी. और ये खरेखर विश्व की माता जी बन गई. ये बाप और बच्चे का कितना प्यार है वो इसने बता दिया माता जी ने.
और आप लोगों से भी बातचीत होती थी कि मोदी जब आएंगे तब क्या खिलाएंगे, क्या ऐसा रिश्ता उनका?
तो ये बोलता था कि हमारे मोदी साहब कब आएंगे तो मैं क्या खिलाऊंगा कैसे ऐसी बातें करती थी. तो ये खुश में
काफी करीब थे, मतलब दोनों माँ बेटों के बीच में जो प्यार था.
जो पंकज भाई है उसके घर में रहते थे तो पंकज भी हमारे मित्र थे तो हम जाते थे. तो इसलिए
आप साथ में मिले जब प्रधानमंत्री आते थे हीराबा के साथ में, उनके साथ में कभी आपने देखा है कि किस तरह से वो साथ में अपना व्यक्त, क्योंकि जो इमेजेस भी देखते हैं अंदर से, पर हीराबा मोदी का व्यवहार कैसा था? अंतिम दिनों में भी कभी आप उनसे मुलाकात की होगी तो क्या उनके स्पिरिट थी, किस तरह का उनका व्यवहार?
खरेखर तो एक विश्व की हीरो बन गई माता जी, विश्व की हीरो बनी. क्योंकि वो माता जी जब हमको देखती तो खुशी में आ जाती थी और मोदी साहब को देखती तो भी खुशी में आ जाती थी.
जो अंतिम दिन थे उसमें भी वो ऐसे ही खुशी के उसमें
अंत तक वो माता जी ही रही. और बाप बच्चे का कितना प्यार है माता जी प्रति ये दिखा दिया सारे विश्व में.
और प्रधानमंत्री के जो इश्यूज रहते थे, कभी भी कुछ भी होता था तो हमें देखने को मिलता था कि हीराबा मोदी टीवी पे देख रहे होंगे मोदी जी को, या कुछ भी अगर सेलिब्रेशन हो रहा होगा तो वो हमेशा देख रहे होते थे. तो पूरी तरह से वो फॉलो करते थे कि आज नरेंद्र मोदी क्या कर रहे हैं, किस तरह से हो रहा है, उनका काम क्या हो रहा है आगे.
ये माता जी जब देखती थी कि हमारा मोदी साहब क्या कर रहे हैं, ये खुशी में झुकते थे कि मोदी क्या करते हैं क्या करेंगे, उसके आनंद में रहते थे कायमी.
All right. So there you have it, Ankit. Some neighbors, in fact, who recall their moments with Heeraben Modi and how Heeraben Modi's really nature had been with the Prime Minister. As we saw one such neighbor also recalling how Heeraben Modi used to prepare when the Prime Minister was going to arrive here. And we have seen those images, haven't we, of the Heeraben Modi and the Prime Minister spending some time sharing a meal together as well. Those images we have seen. And we just learned of the backstory as well, where neighbors say that Heeraben Modi used to plan out a meal for the Prime Minister every time that he used to come here. So these are some of the warm moments that people are recalling of Heeraben Modi, of how she used to be. Because as we just heard, the gentleman also there who has recalled that even in her last days, even in her last moments, Heeraben Modi had been of the same nature. She had been just as fit. She had been just as fine. She had been just as energetic and enthusiastic as ever, as we have seen her in the public life as well, even when she had been about 99 years of age, and now of course passing away at 100 years of age. And what we see is the last rites that are in fact underway, and of course the neighbors that have gathered to pray, to chant, to give support to the family members at this very difficult time that we are seeing right now. But of course, all of them really remembering, even though there are people who have tears in their eyes, there is a smile to remember the life that Heeraben Modi has really lived, the kind of person that Heeraben Modi has really been, her nature and how she has treated each and everyone that she had met, and how she had been open to various followers as well. She had in fact become somewhat of an icon even in the youth as well, Remember, even during the time that Gujarat elections were being carried out and she had come out to vote, there were various youngsters. There were many youngsters, in fact, that had been affected by those images that she is so old that even then she goes out and makes it a point to vote. And then what is really stopping us? And that is really the wave that we saw during the Gujarat elections when she had also gone out to vote. On social media as well, we had seen this kind of a cult following of Heeraben Modi as well. Those are really the images that we see and remember Heeraben Modi as. But of course, sadly, another image that has replaced Heeraben Modi as well is that of the Prime Minister who had just walked from here. You can see the flower petals that had been there and the entire route where Heeraben Modi had been taken, her mortal remains that had been taken, and the Prime Minister Modi as the son. As a son, in fact, had carried the mortal remains on his shoulder to the Antim Yatra Rath, and where he travelled along with Heeraben Modi to the crematorium where the last rites, in fact, are underway. And what we were being told earlier was that we can expect that the Prime Minister might spend some time with the family, but looking at the security arrangements and looking at the earlier instances as well, and looking at the nature of the Prime Minister as well, Ankit, we usually see that whatever personal issues there are, the Prime Minister goes back to work, and now what we are learning is that he is expected to leave in the day as well. None of the arrangements, none of the appointments, none of the events of the Prime Minister in New Delhi and otherwise have also been cancelled as of now. So the itinerary of the Prime Minister remains same. He is expected to leave after the last rites of his mother Heeraben Modi that will be performed, and that usually has been the demeanour of the Prime Minister, that come what may, that work comes first, and that is exactly what we can expect happening today as well, with the Prime Minister emplaning back for Delhi. Perhaps in an hour from now we can expect him to be leaving, because the last rites are underway, and what we see is the entire family that has carried out the last rites. Not a lot of VVIP movement that we saw, but of course, but obviously that such a huge instance has happened, and the Prime Minister's mother, in fact, has passed away. So it is obvious that various leaders, in fact, have also come to pay their respects. But we can expect the Prime Minister to carry out the last rites and then be leaving from Gujarat as well, and be planning and carrying out the rest of the appointments and rallies as he had planned as well. That is the update that we are getting as far as the Prime Minister is concerned. But of course, here in Gandhinagar, here standing at the Vrindavan bungalow, one cannot really dismiss the kind of somber, the kind of the sense of loss that people are really going through here. We can sense that here, we can see that here in the tears that people are shedding and the smile with which they are also remembering Heeraben Modi and the life, the grand life that she had lived, the life that she had lived where she had touched various people, and of course then Heeraben Modi as the mother of the Prime Minister of the country as well, that she is remembered as, but also as the woman who had been, even in her last days, not losing her spirits, even in her last days was just as energetic and just as happy as people really tell us about her last days before she had been gone, before she had been admitted in the UN Mehta Hospital as well. But remember, people in fact remembering Heeraben today for the life that the woman in fact has also lived. Ankit.
Viewers, these are live visuals coming in from Ahmedabad of the last journey of Heeraben Modi, the cavalcade that is bearing her mortal remains can be seen on your screens making its way to the crematorium where the last rites will be held. The cavalcade is of the Prime Minister's, but he is himself seated in the ambulance, in the hearse, along with her mortal remains, and the last rites will be held shortly. This is the final journey of Heeraben Modi, an extraordinary Indian, a centenarian. She passed away at 3:30 a.m. today. Earlier at the UN Mehta Hospital in Ahmedabad, where she had been taken day before yesterday after complaints about her breathing. The last rites will be held very shortly, and Priyanka has been reporting for us from the ground there in Gandhinagar. We saw the scenes at the compound where she had lived, where Heeraben had lived with the brother of Prime Minister Modi's family, and the members of the community there had spoken about her. They had recounted various anecdotes. The last one that we heard was of how whenever Narendra Modi was to visit her, she would prepare in her own way. She would try and make sure that the meal that they shared is something to his liking. I once also remember that the PM had visited her and they had khichdi together. He once spoke about his favorite food habits, and he said that there is a particular variety of crispy karela that he quite enjoyed. I'm sure these are things that they would often, I'm guessing, discuss whenever time permitted. It was not always possible to find the time because of the busy schedule, but yet they would do with what they could. They would have these moments together every couple of months whenever occasion called, and whenever he traveled to Gandhinagar, he would always find a way to see his mother. At 99, verging on 100 years, however, she has now passed away. She was simple but extraordinary. That is how he defined her. And she was an enormously resilient person. He has narrated many anecdotes in the past. He has spoken about her from in India to all the way across the world in California, where I remember once he had broken down and got emotional at the time when she had taken great pains to raise him. And now, unfortunately, she is no more. We are awaiting the start of the last rites. She will finally be cremated, and the cavalcade has just reached the Gandhinagar crematorium. The PM had borne her mortal remains. He had gone into the house and he had knelt down and he had paid his tribute to her before being part of the group that bore her bodies. And viewers, for the moment, we are very quickly bringing you a breaking story. Team India cricketer Rishabh Pant, wicketkeeper batsman, has sustained bad injuries in a car accident. And in this accident, from what we are given to understand, Rishabh Pant, his car has been totally burnt to cinders. He is in hospital. We've seen an image of him clearly in some amount of distress. He is currently receiving treatment, and this is Rishabh Pant, Indian wicketkeeper batsman, who has suffered a bad injury. We'll be covering this, viewers, and we'll get you more updates on Rishabh Pant's condition. For the moment, viewers, we are returning to the scenes in Gujarat, where Hira Modi, the mother of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, passed away at the UN Mehta Hospital at 3:30 a.m. this morning. The Prime Minister is on your screens right now, bearing the mortal remains of his late mother. He is a pallbearer. He paid his tribute to her. As soon as he entered the house, we saw visuals from in there as well. He knelt on the ground at her feet. He placed a wreath on her head and on her mortal remains, and then he was part of the group that carried her body out. The community there is clearly also mourning. We've heard the women there who had come together to sing a song, a eulogy for Hira Modi, a member of the community who had given a lot of joy to the people there. It was a matter of great pride for them, I can imagine that someone of such extraordinary stature and yet of simple manner was among them, someone who was part of the rise and the inspiration behind the success of Narendra Modi, who has gone on to become the most popular elected leader in our country for many years, and continues to be a very tall figure, a statesman in the global arena as well. We have condolences pouring in from all quarters, from politicians to people from all walks of life, ordinary citizens as well. Everyone seemed to know her, everyone seemed to be able to recount her face, the kind of meetings that he would have with her whenever they could find the time, short periods of time. And there you can see saddening visuals of her final journey. The mortal remains being carried by the Prime Minister to the funeral pyre at the crematorium in Gandhinagar. Her body will be laid to rest and the cremation will shortly begin. We have Priyanka, who has been reporting, who knows Prime Minister's mother and has tracked them both for a number of years. Priyanka, what's happening there now, even as we see these visuals of
check
the
1 2 3 4
cremation
5 6
that is set to begin? Priyanka, if you can hear me, over to you.
That's right. These are the images that we are seeing of the Prime Minister there at the crematorium where the last rites are being performed of Heeraben Modi. And we see those images of the Prime Minister who had, with the mortal remains, in fact had carried the mortal remains from the house to the crematorium, and those are the images that we see of the Prime Minister at the crematorium where the last rites are being performed. And some people, some of the leaders in fact who have been close to the Prime Minister, who have shared a personal bond with the Prime Minister and his family since they had been here for quite some time. He had been here as the Chief Minister for the longest time in the state of Gujarat. So it is obvious that various leaders in fact have also gotten close to him, not just as a leader but as a person, and close to his family as well. So those leaders we can see who are there present at the crematorium. And we were also seeing images of the Chief Minister as well in the UN Mehta Hospital 48 hours ago, and we had seen those images of the entire cabinet ministers that had been present there. And we also see various other leaders that have been present from the time that Heeraben Modi in fact had been admitted in the hospital. And we see right now that the last rites of Heeraben Modi being performed, where several others in fact paying their respects to Heeraben Modi. We see brothers of Narendra Modi that are present there, and of course we also see the family members that had been present at the Vrindavan bungalow that had gone on the final journey of Heeraben Modi. And today has in fact been a day of reminiscing of the entire life of Heeraben Modi. Since morning we are seeing various tributes that are coming in to Heeraben Modi, remembering how Heeraben Modi had lived her life, the kind of nature that she used to have, even in the last days, how she used to treat people that used to come to her house, how she used to plan for her son, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, how she used to plan out meals for the Prime Minister as well. As we got in several neighbors, in fact, to also recount how Heeraben Modi used to have discussions with the neighbors to understand what she can make for her son, the Prime Minister, who would be arriving to her house, and they will be sharing a meal thereafter. Those were the images that we had seen of Heeraben Modi and the Prime Minister together at the Vrindavan bungalow right there in Gandhinagar, where we had seen the visuals of the Prime Minister who had carried the mortal remains
Okay.
from
Priyanka, we will stay live with those images. I request you to please stay with us. We also have the Chief Minister of the state of Maharashtra, Mr. Eknath Shinde, joining us on the phone line right now. Shindeji, thank you so much for speaking to us on Republic, sir. It is, a very, very difficult moment for the Prime Minister, the entire family. We are looking at these images. आप उनको कैसे याद करते हैं? इन तस्वीरों में अगर देखें तो सिर्फ और सिर्फ सादगी और एक माँ और एक बेटे की जो आखिरी एक समय होता है वही नजर आता है। मतलब कार्यकर्ताओं को भी बोला गया है कि आप यहाँ पर मत आइए, किसी भी वीवीआईपी का आना जाना नहीं है, सिर्फ एक आम परिवार अपनी माँ को जाते समय एक अंतिम गुड बाय, एक फाइनल गुड बाय कर रहा है। सर,
बहुत ही दुखद घटना घटी है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के माताजी का दुखद देहांत हुआ है और ये हम सभी के लिए बहुत ही दुखद बात है और उनकी 100 साल की जर्नी जो है आज रुक गई है। एक आदर्श माता के रूप में उनका रूप पूरे दुनिया ने देखा है और उन्होंने मोदी जी के रूप में एक भारत को एक सुपुत्र दिया है और सही माने में इतनी बड़ी प्रधानमंत्री जी के माता होने के बावजूद उन्होंने एक सादगी का जीवन जिया है। एक सामान्य माँ कैसे जीवन बिताती है, अपने काम खुद करती है, ऐसा आदर्श उन्होंने दुनिया को दिखाया है। ये बहुत बड़ी बात है और आज उनका देहांत हुआ है। ये सभी लोगों के लिए बहुत ही एक दुखद घटना है। हम सब लोग उनके दुख में सहभागी हैं और महाराष्ट्र की ओर से मैं उनको भावपूर्ण श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं।
जी, और शिंदे साहब, एक बच्चा, एक बेटा चाहे कितना ही बड़ा हो जाए, एक माँ हमेशा माँ होती है और शायद यही इन तस्वीरों में हमें साफ तौर पर नजर आता है। क्या आपकी भी कुछ ऐसे जहन में यादें हैं, कोई ऐसी बातचीत है, आपने कुछ सुना देखा प्रधानमंत्री की माँ हीराबा को लेकर?
इसमें उनका बेटा और माँ का जो रिश्ता है, इतने बड़े पद पे होने के बावजूद उनकी एक जो सादगी दिखाई पड़ती है और माँ के बारे में बहुत ही भावुक हो जाते थे प्रधानमंत्री जी। ये सभी लोगों ने देखा है, इसलिए उनके मन में, सभी लोगों के मन में माँ की जगह क्या होती है, माँ का स्थान क्या होता है, ये आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और उनके माता जी के ये रिश्ते से दुनिया भर को एक आदर्श रिश्ता दिखाई पड़ा है।
जी, आपने हमसे बात की, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। आई थैंक यू। वी आर रिटर्निंग बैक टू दीज इमेजेस दैट यू सी ऑन योर स्क्रीन्स. We'll also try and see if we can get Priyanka back, but that is the final journey of the Prime Minister's mother, Hiraba, who is no more. She breathed her last late at night. You see the Prime Minister there who rushed to Ahmedabad to be a part of the final journey of his mother. And like I said, time and again, remember, the life of Hiraba has been a life of principles. It's been a life of a lot of hard work, a lot of struggle, something that is reflected in the Prime Minister's blogs that he's written on his mother. In fact, what he wrote in just the June of this year, and as we'll get Priyanka back, he said, "Mother is not just any other word in the dictionary. It encompasses a whole range of emotions, love, patience, trust, and a lot more." He said across the world, irrespective of the country or region, children have a special affection for their mothers. He says a mother not only gives birth to her children, but also shapes their mind, their personality, and their self-confidence. And he said, while doing so, mothers selflessly sacrifice their own personal needs and aspirations. And Priyanka, the Prime Minister wrote this blog where he said that he feels extremely happy and fortunate to share that his mother, Hiraba, is entering 100th year. And even today, as he's paying his, final goodbye to a mother who's continuously stood by him, a mother who is always visited without fail whenever he was in Gujarat. This is definitely not an easy moment, Priyanka.
Well, definitely not an easy movement, and that's exactly what we are seeing here in the Vrindavan bungalow and also at the crematorium, where these images that we are putting out on your screens of the Prime Minister performing the last rites of his mother, Hira Modi. And of course, as we have been seeing a very minimal VVIP movement this time around that we are seeing upon Prime Minister's arrival. In fact, there had been an advisory, in fact, verbally, that the BJP had internally also given to their cadre on the ground, their karyakartas, to do not come out and carry on with their work as per their schedules and as per their itineraries. In fact, the family members, in fact, had also stated that do not cancel any programs on this account, that the entire how to pay respects to Hira Modi is to carry on with the work that had been scheduled to carry out today. And that's exactly what we see the Prime Minister also doing, because we are being told that none of the events that he was set to address have been cancelled, have been postponed. They are as they were as per schedule. So the Prime Minister, we can expect, will be going back to his work. He will be, taking part in various events today. We are waiting to get an update on that, on whether he will be physically there or he will be going there via video conferencing. So all of those updates we will be getting. But as of now, these heartbreaking images really we had seen since morning, where Hira Modi had been brought from the UN Mehta Hospital upon having passed away at around 3:30 a.m. in the morning. From the UN Mehta Hospital at about 8 a.m. or so, that she had been brought to the Raisana village, to her house in Vrindavan bungalow, where the Prime Minister had also arrived and had also met with the family members and the other brothers of Narendra Modi, Sombhai Modi and Prahlad Modi as well, who had in fact had been having various medical issues of his own. But as of now, we see the family members and only the close relatives and the close family members, and not too many politicians that we see in this particular images that are coming to light from the crematorium. So a very intimate event, obviously, as it is, since it is a difficult time for the entire family. The Prime Minister there, not as the Prime Minister, but as a son of Hira Modi, paying his respects, carrying out the last rites, and that's exactly what we see happening right now. But perhaps right after the last rites will be performed, we can expect that the Prime Minister will be coming back, and then will be going back to his schedule, to his itinerary as per schedule as well. And of course, we speak to the neighbors, we speak to some of the people who had known Hira Modi, and how since morning they have been remembering Hira Modi, how since the last 48 hours there had been people praying for Hira Modi, and they had been praying for her speedy recovery. There were havans that were being carried out, there were pujas that were being carried out across the state of Gujarat. We had seen even in Vadnagar, the hometown of Narendra Modi, where we had seen there were havans being carried out for the good health of Hira Modi as well. So all of these images that we had really seen since the last 48 hours, since the time that she had in fact been admitted in the UN Mehta Hospital, since then we had seen these prayers coming to light. But now, of course, over the last 2 days, Deepthi, we remember the medical bulletins and the doctors in fact had been stating that her condition is stable and that she is recovering, and that she is in fact kept in the hospital just for observation, so that she can recuperate, and we were expecting that Hira would be coming back to her house to rest and recuperate, since she had been stable. Those were the images really that we were expecting of Hira today. But shockingly, the nation waking up to the passing away of Hira Modi, passing away at 3:30 a.m. Under treatment is what we see the medical bulletin of UN Mehta Hospital telling us, and that's exactly the images that we saw of Hira Modi as well, her mortal remains being brought from the hospital to the Raisana village here at her son's house, where in fact she used to stay. And of course, we have seen those images of the Prime Minister also then arriving to the Ahmedabad airport, and then later on, of course, taking part in the last riots as he is doing so, that the images that you can see on your screens. But also, you know, we remember the images that we had seen of the Prime Minister with Heeraben Modi, and the kind of bond that the both of them really used to share, of how whenever there was a big event that used to take place, or a big victory that the BJP had registered, then be it an election or any other development as well, we had seen the Prime Minister going down to meet with Heeraben Modi. We had seen those images right after the Gujarat elections as well, where there was a light moment that was shared between Heeraben Modi and the Prime Minister, when the both had also shared a meal as well. And we now also learned from the neighbors of Heeraben Modi as to how she used to be jubilant when the Prime Minister used to be arriving, and she used to prepare and plan on the meals that she would be preparing or having prepared, so that they can share a meal together as a mother and son, and not as the Prime Minister of the country as well. So of course, these images that we have seen of the Prime Minister and of Heeraben Modi as well together, those we remember today, because we have time and time again come here right at the Vrindavan bungalow, and we have reported on these images where the Prime Minister has come in without any proper warning. There was never anything in the schedule for the Prime Minister every time that he would come to his home state, that in the official schedule it would nowhere show that he would be going to meet with his mother, and it would usually keep us guessing as to when he would all of a sudden go and meet with Heeraben Modi. And that's usually how it used to happen, that we would also be coming here and reporting on these images of as and when the Prime Minister would arrive at the Vrindavan bungalow and be meeting Heeraben Modi as well. So these are the kind of memories that people also have of Heeraben Modi, who had herself followed a cult following, and she had also become somewhat of a youth icon for voting as well. Remember during the Gujarat elections, when we had seen those images of a very fragile Heeraben Modi, a very old Heeraben Modi, who had made it a point to come out just a few weeks ago to come out and cast her vote, and how the youth in fact had then also been inspired by her, that her having facing so many issues, and how her being so old can come out and carry out her responsibility of casting the vote. Then of course the youngsters can also come out and cast their votes, and these are the kind of followings that Heeraben Modi that she used to also enjoy. But of course we see that very down to earth and very private really that this entire household used to operate as. Not too many public gatherings, not too many public sightings that we also saw of Heeraben Modi outside of the house. The only time that we saw the images were usually when the Prime Minister would arrive at her house, and the both mother and son would share some moments together, and those really were the images that we would see of Heeraben Modi usually, or during the time that in elections she would come out and cast her vote, and that's about it. And that's exactly what we see the family members doing today as well, reiterating the fact that they do not want too many people to come out here, that it is a very personal and a very private affair where Heeraben Modi has passed away. Of course, they have also implored people to not disrupt their schedules. In fact, they have stated that the only way to pay their tributes to Heeraben Modi is to carry on with their days as per schedule and to work as they had scheduled to work, and that is how they will be paying their respect to Heeraben Modi, is something that the family members of Heeraben Modi have also said. And that is why we do not see too much of movement even at the crematorium, even at the Vrindavan bungalows. We do not see too much of VVIP movement. In fact, barely any that we get to see, barring of course the Prime Minister and the security arrangements as per protocol that have been made for the Prime Minister. And apart from that, we do not see too many of the cabinet ministers or the chief minister really for that matter that we had seen in the UN Mehta hospital when Heeraben Modi had been fine. She had been recovering, was what the latest updates that we had been getting 2 days ago. But now sadly, of course, the nation waking up to Heeraben Modi having been passed away. But even then, we see this to be a very intimate affair for the family, where the Prime Minister, not as the Prime Minister but as a son who had carried the mortal remains of Hira Modi at the crematorium, and now, of course, as far as the last rites are concerned that are being performed right now at the crematorium by Narendra Modi as the son of Hira Modi.
That is true, Priyanka, and like I said, there's not much that the Prime Minister really has spoken when it comes to his own personal life, but always and always we've seen the presence and the fact that the Prime Minister's got very emotional at times when he's spoken about his mother, the kind of challenges that she really faced, and in spite of those challenges, all the might that she has put in to ensure that her children are educated, they get the best of education. I think we can just dip in and listen in to what's happening, and for a moment, let's just understand the pain of the family and a private moment right now for the family as they are bidding the final goodbye to Heeraben.
वो सक्रिय रहीं, चाहे कोविड की वैक्सीन लगवाने की बात हो या हाल ही में संपन्न हुए गुजरात विधानसभा चुनावों में पोलिंग बूथ पर जाकर वोटिंग करने की बात रही हो, या नोटबंदी के दौरान हमने देखा था कि वो खुद लाइन में लगी हुई थीं आम जनता के साथ। सक्रिय हीराबेन की जीवन यात्रा अब अग्नि को समर्पित हो गई है। पंच महाभूतों से बना हुआ ये शरीर अग्नि को समर्पित हो गया है, और ये शरीर उन्हीं पंच महाभूतों में समा जाएगा। आप देख सकते हैं, हिंदू सनातन रीति रिवाज के अनुसार अंतिम संस्कार की जो प्रक्रिया है, उस प्रक्रिया को इस वक्त मूर्त रूप दिया जा रहा है। हीराबेन के बेटों के द्वारा मुखाग्नि दी गई है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, उन्होंने भी मुखाग्नि दी, और एक मां के लिए इससे सफल यात्रा क्या हो सकती है कि अभाव में, गरीबी में बीती हुई जिंदगी, और उन्होंने अपने बच्चों को ऐसे संस्कार दिए, ऐसी शिक्षा दी कि आज एक पुत्र भारत के सर्वोच्च पद पर आसीन है, और न सिर्फ भारत के सर्वोच्च पद पर आसीन है, बल्कि उसका नाम आज देश और दुनिया के शीर्ष नेताओं में लिया जाता है, शीर्ष ताकतवर नेताओं में लिया जाता है, शीर्ष विख्यात नेताओं में लिया जाता है। ये एक सफल जीवन है, जो जीवन इस लोक में खत्म हो गया। पार्थिव शरीर अग्नि को समर्पित किया जा रहा है। पंच महाभूतों से बना हुआ ये शरीर फिर पंच महाभूतों में समा जाएगा, और हिंदू माइथोलॉजी के अनुसार आत्मा अमर रहती है, अजर रहती है, शरीर खत्म हो जाता है, और पंच महाभूतों से बना हुआ ये शरीर यहाँ अग्नि को समर्पित कर दिया गया है, और वापस ये शरीर पंच महाभूतों में समा जाएगा। लेकिन आत्मा अमर है, अजर है, और वो आत्मा, उसकी सीख आज भी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के रूप में इस देश में मौजूद है, और लगातार वो जिंदगी जिसने अपने जीवन का एक बड़ा हिस्सा संघर्षों में जिया, अभाव में जिया, गरीबी में जिया, लेकिन ईमानदारी के साथ जिया, स्वाभिमान के साथ जिया, मेहनत के साथ जिया, वो सीख जो उन्होंने अपने परिवार को दी, अपने परिवार के सदस्यों को दी और वो सीख जो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के रूप में आज हम लोगों के सामने है, और लगातार हम उस ब्लॉग की बात कर रहे हैं जो प्रधानमंत्री ने अभी कुछ ही महीनों पहले हीरा बेन के 100 साल पूरे होने पर, उनके 100वें जन्मदिन पर लिखा था। उस ब्लॉग में लिखा गया है कि किस तरह से वो अभाव भरी जिंदगी में भी स्वाभिमान के साथ जीती थीं, स्वच्छता का जीवन जीती थीं, पक्षियों के लिए, जानवरों के लिए किस तरह से वो खाना रखती थीं, और साथ ही साथ कोई स्वच्छता कर्मी, कोई सफाई कर्मी उनके घर के पास आकर सफाई करता था तो उसको भी पूरी इज्जत देती थीं, और उस स्वच्छता कर्मी को पता होता था कि इसी घर में उनको चाय मिलेगी। उसके अलावा कई सारी विशेषताएं जो प्रधानमंत्री ने अपने ब्लॉग में लिखी है, उन विशेषताओं को अगर देखें तो वो आज प्रधानमंत्री के दृष्टिकोण के रूप में, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की सरकार के रूप में वो लगातार दिख रही हैं। चाहे हम अंत्योदय की थीम के साथ जो योजनाएं हैं, जनधन योजना की हम बात करें, महिलाओं के लिए उज्ज्वला गैस सिलेंडर की हम बात करें, उसके अलावा स्वच्छ भारत की हम बात करते हैं, जल संरक्षण की हम बात करते हैं, हर नीति में कहीं न कहीं उस नेतृत्व ने, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने जो अपने बचपन में सीखा है, जो उनकी माताजी से उनको प्रेरणा मिली है, हर योजना में वो भाव परिलक्षित होता है। और जैसा कि अभी हम उस ब्लॉग के हिस्से को भी आपको पढ़कर सुना रहे थे, वो लिखते हैं कि आज अगर मैं अपनी माँ और अपने पिता के जीवन को देखूं तो उनकी सबसे बड़ी विशेषताएं रही हैं ईमानदारी और स्वाभिमान। गरीबी से जूझते हुए परिस्थितियां कैसी भी रही हों, मेरे माता पिता ने न कभी ईमानदारी का रास्ता छोड़ा, ना ही अपने स्वाभिमान से समझौता किया। उनके पास हर मुश्किल से निकलने का एक ही तरीका था, मेहनत, दिन रात मेहनत। और अग्नि को समर्पित कर दिया गया है ये पार्थिव शरीर, पंच महाभूतों से बना हुआ, और हिंदू माइथोलॉजी में शरीर खत्म होता है, आत्मा नहीं खत्म होती। पंच महाभूतों से बना हुआ ये शरीर अग्नि के जरिए फिर उन्हीं पंच महाभूतों में मिल जाएगा, लेकिन आत्मा अमर है। और साथ ही साथ वो सीख, वो प्रेरणा भी अमर है, और वो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के रूप में हमारे पास मौजूद है। हीराबा की दी हुई शिक्षाएं, हीराबा की दी हुई सीख, हीराबा के जीवन से जो प्रेरणा मिली है, जो प्रधानमंत्री ने अपने जीवन में अभाव, गरीबी, संघर्ष देखा है, आज वो इन्हीं कारणों से देश को भी समझते हैं और अपनी इस तरह की नीतियां बनाते हैं।
So we are looking at these images, Hira on her final journey, and the pyre now has been lit. We've seen the Prime Minister extremely stoic. Do remember, like I said, again and again, the Prime Minister has spoken about the contributions, the struggles of Hira. In fact, he had also spoken about how Hira Modi's childhood was extremely difficult, and he said that it was her struggles which inspired him to focus on Garib Kalyan. So a lot of these, remember, are not stories. In fact, these are moments from his own life, chapters of his own life that he has lived through, and something that is reflected also in this final journey that we have seen, which has been a very, very private affair. We've hardly seen any kind of elaborate arrangements. We've hardly seen VVIP guests. We've not seen party karyakartas. In fact, what the family has said is important. The family has said, before I go to Priyanka, the family has said, we thank everyone for their prayers in these tough times. it is our humble request to everyone to keep the departed soul in their thoughts and continue with their pre-decided schedule and commitments. And the Modi family says that would be a befitting tribute to Heeraben. Priyanka, that again is reflecting in, all these images that we are seeing right from the Prime Minister there rushing to Ahmedabad to be, with his mother in this final journey. The Prime Minister there as one of the pallbearers of his mother on the final journey, one of the heaviest of burdens that the Prime Minister, Priyanka, today has carried.
That's right. We see the Prime Minister, in fact, has arrived at the secretariat. In fact,
Okay, I think we'll just try to get Priyanka back. But like I said, the entire country today is mourning the loss of Heeraben. And you see Narendra Modi there, not as the Prime Minister, but as a son who has been one of the pallbearers, like I said, in the final journey of Heeraben. We haven't seen much of Heeraben, remember, even in the last 8 years. Like again and again, it's reiterated, it's only once that Prime Minister actually got Heeraben at his official residence at the 7 LKM. And that also really goes on to tell us what kind of a life of simplicity the Modis lived. Priyanka, Prime Minister's mother, who's generally away from the cameras, we've seen, her setting an example at least on 2 occasions, whether that was demonetization or also the COVID vaccination. And, just recently during the elections in Gujarat, I do recall that you were there when Heeraben was at the polling booth, and that is an image everyone said that if she at 100 can come out and vote, why can't you? So we have seen her, we have seen her actually living through those principles, an epitome of struggle, of a lot of hard work that the Prime Minister himself has spent, that Heeraben went through.
And we have seen the Prime Minister speak about it for quite some time. He has spoken about Hira Modi, and he has spoken about her in public forums and has recalled the kind of life that Hira Modi had really lived, the kind of struggles that she has faced, the kind of struggles that she faced for her family as well, so that her family would have a better life. And that is something that the Prime Minister has reiterated, remember, several times in the public forum, and one time more specifically, remember when he had been speaking at a public forum and had been speaking and talking to Mark Zuckerberg as well. And we remember how he had broken down and he had remembered Hira Modi, and he had remembered how she used to work, for domestic work as well, and how she used to do the menial jobs so that her family can have a better life as well, so that the Narendra Modi can have a better life as well. And recalling this, he had broken down and he had cried and broken down about this. And that is the one time that I personally can recall that the Prime Minister had spoken about Hira Modi and had spoken about the struggles that Hira Modi had been facing. And of course, not just that, even when he would recall Hira Modi fondly, he would remember her with a lot of admiration. He would remember her for her hard work, her sacrifices, her integrity, the way that she would operate and how she would go through life as well. So this is something that Narendra Modi has time and time again remembered in public forums. So the adoration, the kind of respect, the kind of love that was shared between the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Hira Modi is not lost on anybody. Anyone who has reported in Gujarat can see whenever the Prime Minister comes to Gujarat, he makes it a point to visit Hira Modi. He used to spend some quality time with her. He used to spend and make some meals with her, share some meals with her as well. So those really were the kind of images and the kind of bond that we had seen between the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Hira Modi as well. So of course, a lot of heartbreaking images of the Prime Minister then that we saw today. As the pallbearer, as you pointed out, carrying the mortal remains of Hira Modi from the Vrindavan bungalows to the crematorium, and of course riding with the Antim Yatra Rath, and then of course carrying out the last rites. And as we had been talking about earlier as well, Deepthi, the VVIP movement that we see is to an absolute minimum, almost non-existent, that we see in the crematorium. Not a lot of leaders that we can spot. Interestingly, we see Shankar Singh Waghela, who is in fact present here, there at the crematorium. He was there along with Vijay Rupani, who had been present there as well. So these are some of the faces that we have been able to spot, but more or less we have seen almost absent VVIP movement, almost absent leaders, in fact, that we had seen in the UN Mehta Hospital. And we had seen the kind of movement of Bhupendra Patel and other cabinet ministers as well that was being there at the UN Mehta Hospital when we were learning that Hira Modi is going to be fine and that she is going to stabilize and recover and recuperate. And but today we see that it is an absolutely intimate family affair, an absolutely intimate instance that we see where the Prime Minister, not as the Prime Minister of the country, but the son of Hira Modi, who is shouldering the mortal remains of Hira Modi, and then, of course, carrying out the last rites of Hira Modi as well.
That is true, and Priyanka, I just want to take this liberty to talk of the Prime Minister's blog on his mother turning 100 earlier this year, even as we'll stay live with these images. And Priyanka, do feel free to, talk about anecdotes, stories, life instances that you have seen, because I don't think that there is an image, a moment which is as difficult but equally powerful as what we are looking at on our screens. That is the Prime Minister of the country, but the son of Heeraben, a son who's always spoken about the struggles, the lives, the times of Heeraben, today bidding her the final goodbye. Now he says, Priyanka, and I'm again quoting from the blog, he says, "Mother has always had immense confidence in me and the samskara she imparted." Then he says, "I recall a decades-old incident when I worked on the organization side. I was extremely busy with activities, could hardly get in touch with my family." And this is where he recalls the instance where Heeraben visited Badrinath Ji and Kedarnath Ji. And he says that the locals there actually got to know that the Prime Minister's mother is coming for the darshan. And also how the weather suddenly took a turn for the worse. Some people came downhill with blankets. They all wanted to know. And in fact, they kept on asking all the elderly women that they saw that, "Are you Narendra Modi's mother?" This is, I think, a reflection of that simplicity. And he says that finally they meet mother, they give her blankets, they give her tea. And when she comes back and when she meets me, Priyanka, this is what she says. She says, and I quote, "It seems you're doing some good work as people now recognize you."
And that really had been the simplicity, you're right, absolutely, Deepthi, of Hira Modi as well. Since these are some of the anecdotes that we had, heard in 2014 when the Prime Minister had become the Prime Minister, and he had left as the Chief Minister of Gujarat. And of course, he had been a renowned leader of the BJP, but we see him having had risen to the national leadership in 2014, and post which we see these kind of statements that we also heard Hira Modi from Hira Modi, as far as that particular statement is concerned, where she had stated that it seems as though you're doing some work since people have started recognizing me, because the simplicity that you mentioned could not be missed of Hira Modi, because even as the mother of the Prime Minister of the country, she would have very bare minimum things that she would live here with her son, and of course Narendra Modi's brother. And even then, we saw when there were any issues of importance, say, for example, as we mentioned, the vaccination drive, then be it the coming out and voting. So these are some of the social issues that we have seen Heeraben Modi speaking about. And that is why we have been speaking about how she used to have a cult following in the youngsters as well, because she was she would make these somewhat of statements, or the kind of work that she would do, or the kind of imploring the youngsters to go out and get vaccinated, or to go out and cast their votes. So she had also gotten this kind of a following from the young youth as well, here at least in Gandhinagar, that we were able to see. And also on social media, we had seen how every time Heeraben Modi would come out and vote, that used to be the wave of in social media as well, when it would be to implore the youngsters to come out and vote. So some of these images that we remember of Heeraben Modi as well. And of course, we have been speaking to her neighbors. We have been speaking to some of the people that used to spend some time with Heeraben Modi, and the kind of preparation that used to happen. You know, Deepti, every time the Prime Minister would arrive in the state of Gujarat, he would be coming here at the house to meet with Heeraben Modi. And the kind of preparation that would go on is something that we are seeing, that we would get a sense of when we speak to the neighbors of Heeraben Modi, as well as we have spoken to them today as well. And they also recount how Heeraben Modi would be excited, and she would be extremely happy and jubilant when it was the day of the Prime Minister to arrive here. Each and every day, that every time that he would be arriving here, this used to be the kind of planning that was being carried out as well, the kind of preparation that would be going on for making the food, and of course the kind of work that was being done for Heeraben Modi to prepare for the Prime Minister to also arrive at the house. So these are some of the anecdotes that we hear of Heeraben Modi from the neighbors as well. And of course this is something that also shows us the kind of simplicity that Heeraben Modi used to also the kind of simplicity she used to embody, and that is something that we see people recounting even today. And in the crematorium, Deepti, we see, as I mentioned earlier, very less movement of the who's who of the political fraternity, so to speak, of Gujarat. But we do see some faces, say for example, the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shankar Singh Waghela, who has had a very close relationship with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi since he was the leader of opposition for the Congress party when Narendra Modi was the Chief Minister. And even as they have been at the opposing ends of politics over the past few years, we have seen whenever something big that has happened, Shankar Singh Waghela has been present for Narendra Modi. In fact, interestingly, we had also seen him present for the 2017 Gujarat government formation as well. And interestingly, we see him here. So, of course, a personal bond that they have also shared beyond the political enmity that there might be. We see that all of that aside, they are present there for the Prime Minister, for Narendra Modi, not as the Prime Minister, but as the son of Heeraben Modi, who is, of course, is going through, of course, a difficult time that the family is going through for Heeraben Modi's passing away. And that's exactly what we see, the images of the family members as well, inconsolable. But what we see, the Prime Minister stoic as ever when he had also carried the mortal remains of Heeraben Modi to the crematorium, and even during the time that the last rites were being performed. And we can expect that the last rites, after being performed, that the Prime Minister might be coming here and spending some time with his family as well today.
Oh, yes. And you know, Priyanka, every word I think that you read about the Prime Minister's mother, everything that you've seen or heard about Heeraben, again, is a clear reflection of what a person she was. You know, what are the values, the principles that she really stood for, something that she has lived on, imbibed on, and also passed on to her family. And I again want to speak about what the Prime Minister had written about Heeraben in his blog, as we'll stay with these images. As the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the son, is bidding the final goodbye to Heeraben at the age of 100. He had said, "In my mother's life story, I see the penance, the sacrifice and the contribution of India's Matra Shakti. Whenever I look at mother and cross a woman like her, I find there is nothing that is unachievable for Indian women." Prime Minister said, "Far beyond every tale of deprivation is the glorious story of a mother. Far above every struggle is the strong resolve of a mother. Ma, a very happy birthday to you. Best wishes as you start your birth centenary year." This is when Heeraben had turned 100. He also said that in his life, his father never became a burden on anyone. Mother too tries to ensure that she does her own course as much as possible. And he also said that today, whenever I meet mother, she always tells me, "I don't want to be served by anyone. I want to go with all my limbs working." Something I think that has turned prophetic. That is actually how Heeraben went. And the Prime Minister, there rushing from Ahmedabad like a son. And the final journey, remember, is underway, even as the last rites now almost completed. And like Priyanka said, remember, there has been, this is a no frills. We've seen a very, very simple and ordinary cremation ceremony. We haven't seen any VVIP visits. The Modis themselves, the family, has released an entire statement saying that the best way to give Shraddhanjali to Heeraben right now is to carry on with your daily course. Remember her in your prayers. That's how it's going to be a true Shraddhanjali for Heeraben. And we are given to understand that the Prime Minister himself is going to be carrying on with his day's works after the cremation gets over. But extremely powerful and at the same point very, very difficult images to talk on that you're seeing on your screens right now. The Prime Minister continues to be stoic. We saw the younger brother there breaking down for a moment. The Prime Minister says, "My mother is as simple as she is extraordinary, just like all mothers." He even says that when he writes about his mother, he says, "I'm sure that many of you would relate to my description of her, and while reading, you may even see your own mother's image." That is what mother, that is what Ma meant for Narendra Modi. On a number of instances, he's spoken about the kind of struggles, the values that Heeraben instilled in the entire family, how in spite of having a difficult childhood, how in spite of the fact that she has struggled and not had too many opportunities, even when it comes to basic education, she ensured that she, while working in people's homes, while doing menial jobs, is able to impart the best of values and education to her children. The Prime Minister says, "In Vadnagar, our family used to stay in a tiny house which did not even have a window, leave alone a luxury like a toilet or a bathroom." He says, "We used to call this one-room tenement with mud walls and clay tiles for a roof, our home. And all of us, my parents, my siblings, and I stayed in it." He also says mother did not have much of a childhood because of the struggles that she went through. She was forced to grow beyond her age. She was the eldest child in her family. She became the eldest daughter-in-law after marriage. In her childhood, she used to take care of the entire family and manage all the chores. After marriage too, she picked up all these responsibilities, and despite that, and despite the everyday struggles, Mother Heeraben held the entire family together with calm and fortitude. On another occasion, as I'll get in Priyanka back with us, He's also talking, Priyanka, of how Heeraben never expected the children to leave their studies or assist her with the household chores. She used to wash utensils at people's houses to ensure that the household expenses are met. And it is very, very difficult, Priyanka, to right now think of what must be going on in the Prime Minister's mind. Someone who does not speak much when it comes to his personal life. We've seen, just some images of Heeraben, and I think the last image also that he has tweeted, Priyanka, earlier this morning is of Heeraben there holding a thali which has a diya, again signifying the fact that I think mother was all the light in his life. Priyanka.
And that's really true for the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Deepti, when it comes to the bond that the Prime Minister and Hira Modi had shared. Because we do see, every time that the PM would be coming here to the state of Gujarat, he would be making it a point to come to meet with Hira, to spend some time with Hira. And in fact, the mood of the day would be reflected in those images every time that the PM would be coming to meet Hira as well. And that is something that we have seen happening from the time that every time that the Prime Minister comes, he does meet with the Hira and of course spend some time with her. And we see those images. Remember during the run-up to the elections, we had seen the Prime Minister doing marathon rallies, marathon campaigning, road shows that were being carried out. I remember one particular, in fact, incident where he had carried out 4 rallies in the day, and in the evening he had come out and met with Hira, spent some time with her. And then, of course, the next image that we saw of the Prime Minister and Hira together was during the elections, when the elections had culminated and the BJP, in fact, had garnered a record-breaking victory of more than the records that had been set by Madhav Singh Solanki as well. So those were the images. Then we saw of Hira Modi congratulating Narendra Modi, feeding him sweets, also sharing a meal with him. So these were the images that we saw reflecting the mood of the day as far as the work of the Prime Minister is concerned, because we do see, as we had been earlier speaking about Hira as well, that every time that there is an important issue, she would make it a point that there is a message that is sent across, at least from her, that she is in support of this, then be it for the vaccination drive or for the voting or for GST, for various other issues. In fact, we have seen on those rare moments that Hira Modi would make a public appearance and would not really essentially do a press conference, but by her own way of life, she would send out this message, say for example, during the vaccination drive as well. She would not speak to the media, she would not say anything, she would just quietly go and stand in the vaccination drive queues and then get vaccinated. And that in itself, she was sending a message across that, of course, to come out and get vaccinated in this fight against the pandemic. Then, of course, even during the voting time, we have seen Hira Modi very patiently standing in the queues, waiting for her turn to go in and vote. So these are some of the instances that we remember of Hira Modi in the public eye. But as earlier as well, Hira Modi and the entire family, for that matter, really enjoys their privacy. They are very strict about their privacy as well. They do not come in the public eye as much, even though they are the family of the Prime Minister of the country, Narendra Modi. They try to not come in the public eye too much, and simplicity is what we had been speaking about when it comes to Hira Modi's life. And that is the kind of philosophy that she really embodied, Deepti. Something that we got to see in Hira Modi's rare moments when she would come out in the public eye as well. And even in those images that we would see of her spending time with the Prime Minister, it would not be anything exorbitant. It would just be a simple meal that the mother and son would share. it would not be some exorbitant exchange of gifts, but in fact, some exchange of some moments, some tweets that were exchanged every time that the Prime Minister would come when there was a victory that was registered for the BJP, then be it elections or otherwise as well. The most recent, as I mentioned earlier, being that of the Gujarat elections, where we had seen Heeraben Modi celebrating with the Prime Minister in the simple manner as well of exchanging sweets, since, of course, we have seen the kind of manner in which Heeraben Modi had spent her life as well. And of course, even now we hear the anecdotes of Heeraben Modi preparing for the Prime Minister's arrival every time that he would come to her house, spend some personal moments with her, some intimate time with her. And those were really the images that we remember today. Very sadly, when we see another set of images where the Prime Minister, as the son of Heeraben Modi, carrying the mortal remains of Heeraben Modi at the crematorium, where, of course, the last rites are underway. And we can expect that the last rites will be culminated, and the Prime Minister might be here for quite some time, might do a visit once again at the house, spend some time with the family members. But, of course, we are being told that as per the schedule of the Prime Minister is concerned, that has not been changed. He will be sticking to all of the schedules, all of the gatherings, all of the public events that he is expected to be present at, because that really has been the philosophy of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that we have been seeing, that he does prioritize work above all else, and that the personal tragedy in itself that has occurred in the form of Heeraben Modi's passing away will also not interfere in the work of the Prime Minister, because it seems as though none of the schedule has been changed, none of the events have been postponed or cancelled. So the event and the schedule and the itinerary remains as it was for the Prime Minister. But of course, one can imagine the kind of grief, the kind of difficulty, and the kind of moments that the family members would be sharing right now to witness, in fact, such a tragedy of Heeraben Modi's passing away. But of course, she had lived a full life, and that's exactly what people remember. She was the age of 100 years, and she had lived a full life. She had, in fact, struggled a lot in her life, and the grace with which she had endured all of those struggles is something that people also recall and remember about Heeraben Modi, and specifically the Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well, recalling the kind of struggles that Heeraben Modi had, the kind of difficult life that Heeraben Modi really had. So all of that is something that the people are paying tribute to, but the best manner in which the family has implored the people to pay their tribute is to not cancel their day, to not cancel their schedule, to go on their work as per their schedule, as per their work. This is something that is being implored by the family members, and they have said that what better way to show their respect, to pay their tributes to Heeraben Modi, to a woman who did, in fact, have a lot of struggles and had also prioritized work, and how we see the family members also reiterating that and saying that they should stick to their schedules and carry out their work as per their schedules, and that is how they can pay their tribute to Heeraben Modi. That is the latest as far as the family members is concerned. But of course, we see those images of the Prime Minister on our screens carrying out the last rites that are culminating of Heeraben Modi.
And Priyanka, none of what you said is easy. Whether that is, being the Prime Minister, nothing changes. I mean, we can't even understand what could be possibly going on right now in the family's own mind. Having lost someone who's always been that guiding light, someone that, you might not be meeting or seeing very, very often of late, but you always knew that mother was there. And I think today when he's there, and when he broke this news, Priyanka, the Prime Minister said, शानदार शताब्दी का ईश्वर चरणों में विराम। माँ में मैंने हमेशा उस त्रिमूर्ति की अनुभूति की है जिसमें एक तपस्वी की यात्रा, निष्काम कर्मयोगी का प्रतीक और मूल्यों के प्रति प्रतिबद्ध जीवन समाहित रहा है। And at the end of it, he says कि मैं जब उनसे 100वें जन्मदिन पर मिला तो उन्होंने एक बात कही थी जो मुझे हमेशा याद रहती है, यानी कि काम करते रहो बुद्धि से और जीवन जियो शुद्धि से. And every of that word, Priyanka, today is echoing, I think, in all these images that we have seen over the last few hours. Being the Prime Minister, it could have been, just a huge kind of a cremation. And we do know that a lot of, people wanted to be a part of the final journey. A lot of central ministers wanted to come in. A lot of Karyakartas wanted to be a part of the final journey, but the family said no. The best way that you can, put out your Shraddhanjali or convey your Shraddhanjali to Heeraben is by carrying on with your day-to-day work. That no matter what, life moves on. But to be able to think of the Prime Minister and to be able to, now you'll have to come to terms, Priyanka, with the fact that mother is no more. And you're talking of your mother in a past tense, Priyanka. Okay, I think we've just lost that phone line with Priyanka. But like I said, Heeraben, no more. The final journey is underway. Heeraben passes away at the age of 100. The Prime Minister earlier has tweeted a heartfelt tribute, and not just today, he speaks about the kind of contributions Heeraben herself has made in making Narendra Modi and the family what they are today. He said, and I quote him now, that despite her advanced age, mother has had a good memory. She remembers decades-old incidents vividly. Whenever some relatives visit her, she immediately recalls their grandparents' names, identifies them accordingly. And Heeraben also used to keep herself abreast of developments in the world. And they also said that I asked her how long she watches television every day. And Heeraben replied that most people on TV are busy fighting with each other, and she only watches those who are calmly reading news and they explain everything. And then the Prime Minister said, I was pleasantly surprised that mother keeps track of so much. Shivangi also joining us from our Delhi newsroom. And Shivangi, that mother, Heeraben, today is no more.
Right. Deepti, the thing is that she was somebody who was very active. Remember during the Gujarat elections, when we were covering the Student Republic TV, we were urging all the youngsters to come out and vote because Heeraben, despite her advanced age, she used to take the first step. She was somebody that, we had urged the youngsters to look at and then go out and vote. Her age did not stop her from anything, in fact. She was a pillar of strength for her son, Prime Minister Modi. Her story that we have been speaking about, how she has raised her family with values, how she raised her family with the courage that she had. The Prime Minister has spoken about her. He has written blogs about her, how she was a beacon of hope for even him, somebody who lost her mother at a young age, raised a family where one of the sons had become a Prime Minister of India, Deepti. And it's very interesting as well that even though that this is a very, very sad incident which has transpired, but across political lines. Remember that even when Heeraben was in the hospital, that time we saw that across political lines there were tweets coming in, reactions coming in, wishing a speedy recovery for her. Even right now we are seeing that Nitish Kumar, Tamil Nadu CM M.K. Stalin, they have all tweeted and reacted, and they have expressed their condolences, Deepti.
That is true. And, Shivangi, I think everyone who's not even known Heeraben personally, but they recall, what she stood for. Always dressed in that simple white sari, fragile looking, but like the Prime Minister said that she always believed in doing her own course, doing all her daily jobs, much as what she has done. And I think we'll have more images on our screens in just a moment. We'll also try to see if we can get Priyanka back. But Heeraben is no more. The Prime Minister's mother breathed her last earlier today. And on the left of your screens, you're looking at these images on your screens coming in. I think the Prime Minister could be making his way out of the Mukti Dham there. These are images on the left of your screens. It isn't easy because remember, today is not the Prime Minister, he's the son. He's the son, Narendra Modi, bidding the final goodbye to his mother. His mother who's ensured that he reaches where he does. The reason why, time and again, remember, he's recalled the kind of contributions, the sacrifices, the values that mother has made. And the Prime Minister said that mother is not just any other word in the dictionary, rather it encompasses a whole range of emotions, whether that is love, whether that's patience, trust, and a lot more. He says across the world, irrespective of country or regions, children have a very special affection for their mothers. A mother not only gives birth to her children, but also shapes their mind, their personality, and their self-confidence. We do see the Prime Minister there on our screens. It's a very, very difficult moment for a family. It's been a very private affair. Just the very close family members who were a part of the final journey of Heeraben. Heeraben, who's had a childhood of struggles, who got married at the age of 15 or 16. She got absolutely no support from her in-laws. She could not get educated. But in spite of that, in spite of all those hindrances, she ensured that her children get the best of education. She instilled those values that today the Modi Parivar is proud of. The Prime Minister recalls the life and the times of Heeraben, and I think the convoy now is just going to be moving out of the Mukti Dham. The Modi family also earlier has issued an appeal to all Karyakartas, to everyone who wanted to be a part of this final journey, that please carry on with your day-to-day work. And they said that is going to be the best condolence right now, the best tribute to the departed soul. The images on the left of your screens, remember, are live images right now. We see the Prime Minister now exiting the Mukti Dham. A lot of ministers, a lot of Karyakartas wanted to be a part of the final journey, like I said. But the Prime Minister's family there has urged everyone to continue with their daily jobs, and they said that's going to be the best tribute to Heeraben. We see the Prime Minister there with folded hands, thanking, I think, everyone who sent in their tributes, their thoughts and prayers at this very, very difficult hour for the family. But the family wanted this to be a very, very private affair. He said mother is a symbol of a selfless karma yogi. As he broke this news earlier today, she lived a life committed to values, is what the Prime Minister again and again has underscored. Heeraben is no more. And it wasn't the Prime Minister, but the son, Narendra Modi, that we have seen all through the last few hours as the family has bid their final goodbye to Heeraben. The Prime Minister says, my mother is as simple as she is extraordinary, just like all mothers. When he had written about Heeraben when she turned 100, earlier this year, he said that I'm sure that many of you would relate to my description of her. While reading, you may even see your own mother's image. Then he goes on, Priyanka, to say that a mother's affection fills a child with human values, with empathy. A mother is not an individual or a personality. Motherhood, he said, is a quality. Priyanka, we just saw, another glimpse of the Prime Minister with folded hands, again completely stoic, just moving out from Mukti Dham a moment earlier, Priyanka.
That's right, Deepthi, the Prime Minister leaving from the crematorium where the last riots had been performed of Heeraben Modi. In fact, we do see those images where we had seen, as you very rightly pointed out, and we have been observing those in the images as well, where the last riots were being performed, that none of the VVIP movement that we get to see, and as you pointed out, a very intimate affair of for the entire family, where in fact we see the Prime Minister who has just now left from the crematorium as well. And we can expect him to proceed towards the Raj Bhavan is what we're being given to understand, because he will be attending various events via video conferencing is something is that the update that we are picking up as far as the Prime Minister's schedule is concerned. But of course, we do see where the last riots of Heeraben Modi, in fact, that are being carried out, that were being carried out by the Prime Minister. And we saw some of the leaders that have been close to the Prime Minister as well, including Shankar Singh Waghela, and be it various other leaders who had been present there, and they had been also a part of carrying out these last riots of Heeraben Modi that were being organized. Apart from that, we have also seen how close the Prime Minister and Heeraben Modi had been. But since morning, we have looked at the heartbroken family members who have been, breaking down on this news of Heeraben Modi's sad demise. But we have seen, as you pointed out, a very stoic Prime Minister, even when he was carrying the mortal remains of Heeraben Modi from the house to the crematorium. And even in the crematorium, we have seen during the time that the Prime Minister was carrying out those last rites, we had looked at how he had been completely stoic, and we had also seen several other family members of the Prime Minister that had been present at the last rites of Heeraben Modi as well. So those images we have looked at from the crematorium, and we can expect that the Prime Minister will be, carrying out several other events and will be attending them via the video conferencing today. And through the day, we have looked at the family members, in fact, imploring everyone to carry on with their day as per their schedule, saying that that could be the biggest tribute that they can give to Heeraben Modi as well. And we have also looked at the reactions that are pouring in of several leaders that had also spent some time with Heeraben Modi, and not just leaders, but several people, in fact, that had gathered here at the Vrindavan bungalows, where we had also been able to speak to them as well to understand how they remember Heeraben Modi, how they are paying their tributes to Heeraben Modi. And all of them in one tone have also recalled the kind of struggle that Heeraben Modi has faced in her life, but not just the struggle, but the grace with which she has endured the turbulence that she has faced in her life is something that has been reiterated by various leaders, and it is something that had been appreciated and spoken about with a lot of admiration by the Prime Minister in various public platforms. As we had just spoken about how the Prime Minister had spoken about Heeraben Modi and had broken down, he had gotten extremely emotional about Heeraben Modi's personal life journey and how she had endured to do these menial jobs so that her family, her children, her sons can have a better life than she had. And this is something that was reiterated by the Prime Minister on various occasions. And this is something that anyone could actually observe about Heeraben Modi had they come and visited Heeraben Modi even once, or even seen her here in Gandhinagar, the way that she would carry herself, her demeanor, the embodiment of absolute simplicity, the philosophy that she embodied. It is something that is what people really remember about Heeraben Modi as well, even today. And the kind of childlike excitement that she would also show is something that is being remembered by the neighbors. When there would be the schedule for the Prime Minister to arrive at the house and spend some time with Heeraben Modi, she would personally make it a point to be involved in the preparations and she would always have something to say about the food that would be prepared, about the sweets that would be given to the Prime Minister upon his arrival. So this was something of the demeanor of Heeraben Modi, the nature of Heeraben Modi that neighbors, in fact, also recall since they would obviously also be aware of the Prime Minister's arrival there. And it would be an entire household affair where Heeraben Modi would be preparing for the Prime Minister to come at the Vrindavan bungalows. And this used to be the event every time that he would be arriving at the Vrindavan bungalow. So that is really the bond that we get to see that is between Heeraben Modi and Narendra Modi, a bond of mutual love and respect and admiration that we see for each other. Then be it the Prime Minister speaking about Heeraben Modi's struggles or Heeraben Modi for that matter being seated in her house and looking at various images on television of the Prime Minister on big events that have occurred or the big feats that have been achieved by the Prime Minister. We would see those images coming out from Gandhinagar that every time something of a milestone that would be achieved by the party or the Prime Minister, she would be in the drawing room of her house and she would be watching the television, and we would get those images of her looking at her son on television. And then, of course, then various occasions has also spoken about various issues like the vaccination drive or voting for that matter that we have spoken about as well, Deepti. But this is what we see of Heeraben Modi, and which is why it was somewhat of a shock that we saw today, because over the last 2 days we had been reporting on Heeraben Modi's health. We had been reporting on Heeraben Modi being admitted in the UN Mehta Hospital. Since the last 2 days, in fact, we had gotten updates of Heeraben Modi's ill health and the kind of symptoms that she had been showing, including that of the blood pressure issues, including that of convulsions, and various other issues, in fact, that Heeraben Modi had been facing, because of which then she had been admitted at the UN Mehta Hospital. But upon her arrival, upon her admission into the hospital, we had been getting updates and the medical bulletins and the phone conversations that we were able to have with the doctors who were treating her. They had been time and time again stating that she is stable, she is recovering. In fact, she was all set to be discharged today. We were expecting to get those images of Heeraben Modi to be discharged from the UN Mehta Hospital to come back to the Vrindavan bungalows, and then she would be resting here and recuperating is something that we were getting to know. But of course, the nation woke up to the shocking news of Heeraben Modi's passing away. She passed away while she was undergoing treatment at about 3:30 a.m. this morning. And since then, we have seen the responses. We have seen the tributes that are coming in for Heeraben Modi. When it comes to her, the kind of life that she has lived, the kind of contributions that she has made, the kind of grace with which she has handled her issues, her turbulence that she has faced in her life as well. So all of these things are being remembered today. But of course, the shock is still there, the undercurrent of the shock, because we had not been expecting this, Deepti. In fact, nobody had been expecting this, because they were expecting Heeraben Modi to be discharged and to be completely recuperated here in Gandhinagar after being discharged, to be brought back to her house to spend some time with her family is what we were expecting that we will get to see Heeraben Modi doing today. But of course, we see those heartbreaking images of Heeraben Modi's passing away, and the Prime Minister as the son carrying the mortal remains of Heeraben Modi to the crematorium, and then of course carrying out the last rites, which are now culminating. And then we will see that there might be some kind of gathering with the family members. The Prime Minister might spend some time with the family, but we do know for a fact that the Prime Minister will be sticking to his schedule. He will be carrying out the events as per the schedule. He will not be cancelling or postponing any of the events as well. So that is something that we get to know of for the schedule of the Prime Minister as well, and the kind of shock that the entire nation and the people here in Gandhinagar, in Ahmedabad, in Gujarat specifically, are also witnessing because of Heeraben Modi's passing away, and all of them really fondly remembering Heeraben Modi as not just the Prime Minister's mother, but as a woman who had, even at such an old age, made it a point to make sure that the kind of philosophies that she's embodied could be the message for her life as well. Deeply.
Oh, yes, Priyanka, I think there are so many anecdotes, so many pictures, and every picture, I think has written a more about that relationship, though it's very private, but between Prime Minister Modi and Heeraben. Now, we all know that the Prime Minister decided, when he was not the Prime Minister, when he was not anywhere close to politics, Priyanka, he chose a different and a difficult path for himself. Now, he also writes about that in his blog. He says, when I decided to leave home, mother already sensed my decision even before I told her. I would often tell my parents that I wanted to go out and understand the world. He says, I would tell them about Swami Vivekanand and mention that I wished to visit the Ramakrishnan Mission Mutt. This went on for days. Then he says, Priyanka, finally, I revealed my desire to leave home and ask them for their blessings. My father was disheartened and in irritation, he told me, do as you wish. I told them that I would not leave home without their blessings. But mother, he says, Priyanka, that mother understood my desires. She blessed me. She says, do as your mind says. To assuage my father, she asked him to show my horoscope to an astrologer. My father consulted a relative who knew astrology. After studying my horoscope, the relative remarked that his path is different. He will go only on the path that the Almighty, he said, Priyanka, has chosen for him. Then he says, and this is important, a few hours later, I leave home. By then, even my father had come to terms with my decision, gave me his blessings. And before leaving, mother fed me curd and jaggery for an auspicious new beginning. She knew that my life would become extremely different henceforth. Mothers, he said, Priyanka, may be extremely adept at controlling their emotions, but always find it hard when their child leaves home. Then he says, Priyanka, mother was teary-eyed, but there were immense blessings for my future. And I think Narendra Modi, the son today, has also been extremely adept at controlling his emotions, Priyanka, today.
Well, that's right. Not just the few instances that we have already spoken about of the Prime Minister in a public forum, recalling his mother, Heeraben Modi, remembering Heeraben Modi, paying his tributes to Heeraben Modi. So that is not just a few times, but time and time again, even in various Mann Ki Baats and also in various public platforms, the Prime Minister, in fact, has spoken about how his mother, how Heeraben Modi, in fact, has inspired him time and time again for various of the issues that are close to the heart of the Prime Minister, even in his political life, is something that he has stated. And he has also said that his mother, Heeraben, has always inspired him to have a strong resolve, and there has to be a focus on the Garib Kalyan. Now, this is not something the first time that he had stated, even as his time as the Chief Minister of the state of Gujarat. Narendra Modi had remembered this and had also stated and had also said the kind of policy decisions that had been made as far as Garib Kalyan is concerned, as far as the policy decisions for the economically backward classes is concerned, for the welfare of the poor and the not that well-off is concerned. He had gotten that inspiration, and that inspiration to work for this people was from his mother, is something that he had stated in various public platforms, even as the Chief Minister of Gujarat. In fact, he had also stated that every time that he would go out of the state and he would come back, the first thing he would want to do is come to Raisana village and meet with his mother. We also, see these anecdotes that have been remembered by the Prime Minister himself in several parts of his blogs. He has also remembered and has stated how Heeraben Modi had also spoken to the Prime Minister. And this is just one such instance that I'm quoting from, where the Prime Minister remembered Heeraben Modi stating that I don't understand your work in the government, but I just want you to never take a bribe. Now, this is something that the Prime Minister remembers Heeraben Modi telling him to work with integrity, to work for the people, to work for the economically backward section of the society. All of these things that the Prime Minister remembers, that he had drawn that inspiration to work towards that particular objective from his mother. Now, he also remembers the time that he had shifted to Delhi, of course, a huge change in 2014, since Narendra Modi resigned as the MLA from Gujarat, as the Chief Minister of Gujarat, and then had gone on to become the Prime Minister there in Delhi. And even then, we have seen the Prime Minister speaking about his personal moments with Heeraben Modi as well. And we saw that change in 2014, and those moments have also been recalled by the Prime Minister in various parts of his blogs. And he says that he would not be able to meet Heeraben Modi as often as he would when he was the Chief Minister in the state of Gujarat. And she herself had also expressed this discontent of not being able to meet her son, is something that he had also shared on his blog. And he would also share that Heeraben Modi would ask him if he's happy in Delhi and if he likes the work that he's doing in Delhi as well. So these are some of the light moments that we see the Prime Minister also sharing on his blog about his mother earlier as well, and has mentioned this in various times in public platforms and in Mann Ki Baat as well. And of course, he also speaks about how Heeraben Modi has acted as the North Star in his political life as well, Deepti. Because as I mentioned, as he had also spoken about how Heeraben Modi had been the inspiration to work towards the Garib Kalyan. Another issue that he also speaks about, and how Heeraben Modi would keep him in check, is something that he reiterates, is something that Heeraben Modi had said to him, and he says that never do anything wrong or anything bad with anybody and keep working for the poor, is something that the Prime Minister had quoted Heeraben Modi saying to him, and is something that he had stated that he drew his inspiration from, that it is something that motivated him, it is something that helped him work towards the kind of policy decisions that have been made by the government as well. So it is more of an emotional, North Star, really, so to speak, for the Prime Minister, than really a policy analysis that he would do with his mother. But of course, the philosophies that were shared by Heeraben Modi have been reiterated by the Prime Minister in these parts of the blogs where he remembers his mother very fondly and talks about how Heeraben Modi had a huge impression on him, and how he has, drawn inspiration from Heeraben Modi as well from time and time again, then be it his personal life or the policy decisions that he has to make, reiterating the fact that Heeraben Modi is the one who implored him to work for the betterment of the economically backward and for the Garib Kalyan, as he puts it. And of course, he talks about his mother's life story and how he sees penance, sacrifice and contribution of India's Matra Shakti. Now, very interesting point here, Deepti. We have remembered during the run-up to the elections as well, time and time again, we have seen that the Prime Minister would take a moment and address the women in the rallies. Now, he would also, when talking about the policy decisions, he would keep women at the epicenter of the narrative. When he would be speaking about COVID-19 pandemic, we have observed this in various rallies of the Prime Minister in various parts of Gujarat, where he has spoken about the women of Gujarat and how the mothers and the sisters, jo Mata Behne ki jo every time he talks about, he addresses them and he says that they have been at the epicenter of the policy formation, because talking about COVID-19, he spoke about how women do not speak up about the medical issues that they might be facing and that they suffer in silence. And he, remember, had been speaking about this, drawing from the example of his mother, as he had reiterated that how Heeraben Modi would also make these kind of sacrifices, and that he had in fact juxtaposed, and we had seen those in those rallies where the Prime Minister made a mention of how women suffer in silence, and that had really been the motivation behind making sure that there is affordable medical help and medical infrastructure available to the people who are not well off, because it is the women who suffer in a household, who are not really the bread earners in various pockets and rural pockets, and they are in fact employed to not then get medical treatments because of the bills that the family suffers through. So this is something that we see in various public forums where the Prime Minister has spoken about and drawn from the inspiration for his mother, Hira Modi, and has always spoken about the kind of sacrifices and the kind of turbulence that Hira Modi had also faced in her life, the kind of sacrifices that she made for Narendra Modi as well. And of course, he has spoken about the struggles of Hira Modi, but more than that struggle, he has spoken about how Hira Modi had risen above those struggles, and that really is the story that the Prime Minister remembers of Hira Modi, and that really is the story that has been reiterated by the Prime Minister time and time again when it comes to Hira Modi, remembering her resolve, remembering her strength, remembering her integrity, remembering her philosophy of simplicity that she had also embodied. All of these things that have been remembered by the people and also by the Prime Minister time and time again, not just after passing away of Hira Modi, but even when she had been alive and vibrant, he had made those citations, he had remembered those instances, he had remembered those anecdotes and the kind of life journey that Hira really had. And he had not shied away from speaking of how Hira Modi really served as a North Star in his personal and public life, BP.
Yes, and Priyanka, talking of anecdotes, I do remember there's a book by M.V. Kamath and Kalindi Randeri, where basically Narendra Modi also carries her interview that basically shows Hiraba's sensitive handling of her son. And, if my memory serves me right, in fact, Hiraba had narrated that Narendra Modi was happily engaged in a lot of spiritual activities. He was associated with sadhu sons. She also there explained how she thought that her son would actually leave behind the sansar. And as soon as essentially he finishes his school, that is Narendra Modi finishes his school, he leaves home with a resolute mind and he goes away to the Himalayas. And then Priyanka, one of the most memorable moment of Hiraba in this, book that has brought out is how she actually supported the son's decision, who was all of 17 at that point. Just 17 was Narendra Modi's age when he decided to leave home. He wanted to quit home. He wanted to go to the Himalayas. And then she, Priyanka, she actually, cooked kansar, which is said to be a sweet dish. It's after 2 years when he comes back, when Narendra Modi comes back home, and she actually was overjoyed. And the second time that he leaves home to stay in Ahmedabad, Hiraba actually supported him again. So I think this is also a son's personal recall of how important has that mother, her sacrifices, her support, her guidance, her principles, everything Priyanka has been for making Narendra Modi what he is today.
And that really is something, Deepti, that Narendra Modi has never shied away from speaking about. As I was mentioning earlier as well, the Prime Minister has always spoken about Hira Modi as a source of inspiration, as a North Star in his life as well. And how he had been close to Hira Modi from the very beginning. And as you pointed out, how those instances when Narendra Modi had left from the house and had wanted to go and serve in the public life as well, and had also gone to the Himalayas, as you pointed out. So those instances really tell us how close Hira Modi and the Prime Minister Narendra Modi had been, and not just since the time that he has been in the public life, but even from the very beginning. He remembers these instances of his own childhood and also of his mother's childhood as well, as far as Hira Modi is concerned, and how she went through life as well, and the kind of difficulties that she also faced, and how really Hira Modi also came to get and embody all of these philosophies that she lived by. And those philosophies, in fact, have also affected the Prime Minister Narendra Modi to an extent. As far as his public life is also concerned, is something that he has also said in various public platforms and also various blogs, that where he has taken and spoken about the personal anecdotes and the personal, instances between he himself and his mother Hira Modi as well, and spoken about how the entire way that Hira Modi has gone through life and how it has shaped her and how by extension it has also shaped him is something that he has spoken about, and which is why he had extensively spoken about his mother's childhood as well. That really goes to tell us and gives us a peek into the kind of struggles that Heeraben Modi had faced, and how the kind of struggles that growing up by extension Narendra Modi had also faced, and how those struggles in fact have also shaped into the politician that he is today as the Prime Minister of the country. So all of those things that we see being remembered of Heeraben Modi, all of those things that are being remembered by the Prime Minister as well. The Prime Minister, nobody really can speak to his conscience as of now, but we do see a very stoic Prime Minister not having shed even a tear when we had seen the Prime Minister moving and carrying the mortal remains of Heeraben Modi to the crematorium. But we do see a very somber mood, obviously, since Heeraben Modi's passing away. And we had seen the Prime Minister along with his brothers carrying the mortal remains of Heeraben Modi to the crematorium, where the last rites, in fact, had been performed and now, in fact, have culminated. And the Prime Minister leaving for the Raj Bhavan as well, where he will be carrying out several other events. For the day, we do see some movement there at the Vrindavan bungalow where Heeraben Modi used to live. And we can expect that some people will be coming here and meeting with the family, paying their respects. But more than anything else, the family, in fact, has told everyone to stay put, to carry out their schedule as per their plan, to carry out their work as per their plan, and have been imploring that that really is the tribute that you can give to Heeraben Modi. And when we speak more and more about Heeraben Modi and we, decode her life, when we look at her life, when we remember her life, this kind of a statement from the family members then makes a lot more sense when they say that this is the biggest tribute that you can give to Heeraben Modi, is to carry out working, to carry on working. Because as we had seen the struggles that Heeraben Modi had faced, the kind of difficulties that she had faced, she kept on working, and even if she took menial jobs, she kept on doing those to support the family. And that is why the family reiterates that this is the person that Heeraben Modi used to be, and she would prefer that you go out and do your work as per schedule, and that is how you can pay homage to Heeraben Modi. And that really makes sense when we look at Heeraben Modi's entire life and journey. And as of now, we are, of course, looking at a very emotional family members who have gathered outside of the house, where the neighbors, in fact, have also been present there. All of them really standing with the family members in this time, in this difficult time when Heeraben Modi has passed away just at 3:30 a.m. at the UN Mehta Hospital.
Yes, Priyanka, Heeraben's mortal remains consigned to the flames. But the Prime Minister essentially is going to be continuing with his day's job. And Priyanka, whether or not anyone has suffered a personal loss, this isn't easy. And more so, I think, if you're the Prime Minister of the country, you do know that, you will be the center of all the attention. But you decided, to first go in, join the entire family in the final journey. That's a very, very private affair. Do not, let your emotions reflect to the cameras, even though, it could just be so much happening inside the Prime Minister's mind right now, losing a mother, a mentor, a friend for life who's actually made him what he is today. And then Priyanka, to be able to detach yourself from that grief for that moment and carry on with your day's job, that absolutely, Priyanka, is not easy.
Oh, absolutely not. Because we have seen, the Prime Minister arriving here, and we had seen him from very close 2 days ago as well, when he had been at the UN Mehta Hospital. And we have seen the Prime Minister and the kind of demeanor with which he had gone inside the hospital, and the kind of concern that we had seen, the kind of anxiety that we had seen in the entire hospital, because we at that time had not gotten too many updates about Heeraben's condition. And at that time, we had just gotten to know about Hiraba's condition worsening, because of which she had been admitted in the hospital. Post which, of course, we got to know that she had stabilized and the Prime Minister had then left from the hospital. Even then, we had seen that the Prime Minister not wasting too much time. He had been there for quite some time and had spent with Heeraben Modi. We were learning that he had spent some good 45 minutes or so with Heeraben Modi and had also spent that time speaking to the doctors of Heeraben Modi to understand her medical condition. But right after that, he had emplaned for Delhi, and we were expecting that he will be staying back till Heeraben Modi's discharge. But right then, after having a meeting with Heeraben Modi, speaking to the family members, speaking to the doctors, he had left. And that's exactly what we will see happen today as well. Of course, Heeraben Modi has passed away now, and we had seen the Prime Minister rushing to Ahmedabad to carry out the last rites, not as the Prime Minister, but the son of Heeraben Modi, as he carried the mortal remains of Heeraben Modi to the crematorium as well. And we had been able to see everything from quite up close, Deepthi. And we have seen a very somber Prime Minister, but a very stoic Prime Minister, not really shedding a tear. We had seen various other family members who had been breaking down and, of course, getting emotional over Hiraba's passing away, as one usually would over somebody close's demise. And that's exactly what we had seen in the other family members of Narendra Modi. But we had seen a very somber and stoic Prime Minister carrying the mortal remains of Heeraben Modi to the crematorium and then carrying out the last rites. Even during the last rites, we do see a very stoic Prime Minister, as we pointed out, Deepthi. And we had been learning of the Prime Minister's schedule not having been changed, since this was a very unexpected visit. And an unexpected and heartbreaking turn of events when it comes to Heeraben Modi having been passed away. So we have learned that the events and the schedule and the itinerary of the Prime Minister is remaining as it is. And of course, as you pointed out, not a very easy task that somebody has just lost their mother and will be going back to work. But that's exactly what we will be seeing the Prime Minister doing, because the events that are being organized have not been postponed, have not been cancelled. We can expect him making an appearance via video conferencing is now what we are learning. But as far as the message of the family members of Heeraben is concerned, where they have also said that please carry on with your work, and that is the kind of respect that you can show, the homage that you can pay, the tribute that you can pay to Heeraben Modi. And it seems as though the Prime Minister Narendra Modi also following that statement of the family members, imploring everybody to go on with their work. And that's exactly what we will see, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi also following, that he will also be carrying out with his schedule as per the itinerary that had been made. And he will not be cancelling or postponing any of the events. So perhaps in an hour from now, we can expect him to make an appearance. And as per the time of the events, as and when required, he will be operating from the Raj Bhavan, is what we're being told, post which we are awaiting the further plan of action as far as the Prime Minister is concerned, on whether he will be staying the night at the Raj Bhavan or will be emplaning for Delhi.
Okay, so Priyanka, they're essentially telling us that in the next hour or so, we'll be looking at the Prime Minister who will be back to work in spite of this huge loss, this irreplaceable loss of having lost his mother. We've seen earlier him being one of the pallbearers. Not just that, even lighting the funeral pyre, and very, very shortly, he's going to be back to doing his daily work. Now, he's expected to be including the launch of the key connectivity-related programs in West Bengal, also the meeting of the National Ganga Council. And Priyanka, I do know for a fact that a lot of Karyakartas, a lot of central ministers, including a lot of opposition leaders, they all wanted to be a part of the final journey. They all wanted to travel to Ahmedabad. But the family, they're saying, no, please carry on with your daily business. Please go and carry on with your daily work. And that, they said, Priyanka, is going to be the best tribute to Heeraben. Priyanka? I think we've just lost that phone line with Priyanka. Even as you're looking at these images on your screens, right from the Prime Minister and his very, very special bond with Heeraben, feeding him sweets in particular, sharing a meal together, sharing a lot of lighter moments. That is what you see on the top left of your screens. To the family, inconsolable. To people there, inconsolable. The family there bidding their final goodbye to Heeraben. And on the top right of your screens, you're looking at images of the Prime Minister as one of the pallbearers, as he also takes part in the final journey of Heeraben, a mother who's made Narendra Modi who he is today. The reason why he's recalled the n number of sacrifices, the personal struggles, the values, the principles that Heeraben herself instilled in the entire family. A Heeraben who supported Narendra Modi at the age of 17 when he wanted to leave home and move on to greater public service, essentially what he's done. And the image on the right bottom of your screen is where the mortal remains of Heeraben now have been consigned to flames. And later today, we are expecting the Prime Minister to be back to his work. The family has also put out an appeal saying that everyone, we thank you for your condolences, for your thoughts and prayers at this very difficult hour. And the best form of tribute to Heeraben, the family says, is where you carry on with your daily work, your pre-scheduled jobs. Please continue doing that. And that's essentially what the Prime Minister himself will also be doing. Let's also get in our colleague Abhishek, who's joining us on the phone line right now. Abhishek, this is the last and a very lonely journey, I think, for a son like Narendra Modi, who is what he is today because of the sacrifices, the struggles, the principles, the values of Heeraben. And we cannot even, begin to think what possibly could be going on in the son's mind right now.
Well, obviously, Deepti, we have seen the kind of connect he always felt, with his mother. And we have seen through pictures of him touching mother's feet and, and washing her feet and making that, taking that water and putting that water on his head, forehead and eyes. And that then in fact shows the kind of place he had for his mother in his mind. And through his blogs, through his, not many people know, for example, that, or many people know, but it's an aspect which is not much discussed, that Prime Minister is also a poet who has written a lot. And one compilation, in fact, was in which he's having a dialogue with Mother Goddess, not his biological mother, but at times it seems that he's actually talking to his mother. And that compilation really gives you an idea of the place a Mother Goddess and mother in the form of Mother Goddess really has in his heart and mind, in his upbringing, in his value system. So we have seen how we have discussed umpteen number of times since he became Prime Minister. And I have seen it from his Chief Minister days, the kind of energy and commitment with which he works, and the kind of integrity which he brings. All those aspects in some ways are part of an upbringing that Heeraben gave to him and to her
are the children. And this aspect that, for example, Deepti, that he's the Prime Minister, but the family is not a beneficiary of that. He's been in power as Chief Minister and Prime Minister for 20 years now, more than 20 years. And you can't say that family benefited in any manner. We have seen that happening across the country, that when a politician rises or when anyone rises through the ranks in government, the family is an immediate beneficiary. And the relatives, the extended family becomes a beneficiary. We have not seen that in any manner with the Prime Minister and his family, or between the Prime Minister and his family. And that in many ways is about the value system that was inculcated by Heeraben. Remember that very famous moment when Prime Minister was narrating about his mother in the United States at the Facebook event, and how emotional he got narrating the difficulties with which Heeraben brought up the children and the struggles she went through. Remember, she was, as comes out of Prime Minister's blog, she was someone who had come up the hard way, and all those values, all those lessons really ingrained in Prime Minister's heart and mind and soul, and of course his own conduct. So I think it's a great loss to him and to the family, and as Prime Minister, nation stands with him in this hour of grief.
Yes, Abhishek, I thank you so much for speaking to us. Let's also get in our colleague Suesha. I'm told she's also joining us live. And, Suesha, there are more details and a lot of interesting anecdotes that the Prime Minister pens in his blog, where he says that whenever people ask Heeraben if she is proud that her son today has become the country's Prime Minister, the mother gives an extremely deep response. She says, "I am as proud as you are. Nothing," she says, "is mine. I'm a mere instrument in the plans of God." Suesha.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And Deepti, this just speaks of the lady that she was, of the woman that she was, of the true values that she was made of the values that she instilled in her son, and which is why we see her son, the son of the soil, Narendra Modi, leading the country. It is really coming from the mother, and how the mother raised Narendra Modi, of the sacrifices that she made all her life, and of the sacrifices that the son is making as he takes us to a better future. And exactly how Abhishek was also pointing out that, even during Narendra Modi's rise as a politician, and through him becoming the Chief Minister and the Prime Minister, the family does get a lot of extended advantages, but never something that Hira Ben would ever attach herself to, because that is the lady she was. She is in every which way truly symbolic of the strong Indian woman, of the values that we are made of how we raise our children, of how we stand by our family, of how we support our family through everything, despite the trouble that we may have to go through as women to face that. And that is exactly what she has displayed time and again. Never ever has she asked for attention or demanded attention, or ever put out to the world that she is the mother of the Prime Minister. Yet the very fact that she put out the message that needed to go out to the country time and again, she always led a very simple life. And this is exactly what the son has taken from her, where he is leading the country. But if you really see how private they have been about their own lives, about their personal lives, but the very fact of the very many sacrifices, insurmountable sacrifices that they have made, and she has made as a mother, to ensure that her son is dedicated to the country, to the very fact that he is and has always belonged to the people. And that is something that she was always very clear about. The fact that Deepti, till 100, the Prime Minister would go and meet her, he would go and touch her feet, he would go and have a meal with her, and the message that puts out to the youth, to what a dedicated son he has always been, but his priorities, his duties have always stood first and foremost for him. And that is the very value system that came to him from his mother. He has always dedicated his life to his mother. He has always dedicated all his achievements to the fact that it is really something that comes from what she has taught him all the way long. But the very seed of the fact that the simplicity, the strength that the lady lived with, and that is exactly what she passed on to her children. That is exactly how she gave the son of the soil to the entire country, Narendra Modi. And Deepti, the very fact that she's gone has been extremely, extremely heartbreaking for not just the family, but for the entire country, for all the colleagues of the Prime Minister. As we understand that several union ministers who wanted to fly down to Gandhinagar to be a part of the final journey of Hira Ben. But that was a very clear message given out by the Prime Minister that work must not get sidelined. Work is top priority. Exactly for the very reason that despite the pain that the son Narendra Modi is dealing with, despite the very fact that this grief is not going to be something that may leave him very soon, and it can never, it is an irreparable loss. But he still chooses to do his duties. He still has not taken even a day off. Not one thing on his schedule has been changed, has been postponed, has been put on to another day, because that is exactly how he will continue with his day. And that is exactly what is the brief to all those working under him, under his leadership, that he is dealing with this personal loss, which is something he's never going to put out, he's never going to say in words, he's never going to probably let another soul apart from him know of all that he is going through. But the country and the work, that is priority, and every single day that is crucial, and the Prime Minister not even letting this affect that in any which way. Once again, Deepti, the very value system, the very ethos that have been instilled in him by Hira Ben, and that is exactly the message that comes across always while he's been in public life, while he has been serving the country, of the woman who's been strong, who's always held her stealth, and who's always put out that message to every woman in the country who may not have had the opportunities to herself. But the very fact that she should not undermine herself in any which way, of how she needs to be dedicated to her family, of how she needs to be a woman who can set an example.
Like they say, no pain is greater, no sorrow is deeper. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi is a son, and he's lost his mother. And like they say, no matter how old the son is, but losing a mother changes your life forever. And the Prime Minister there will be continuing with his day's job, even as the mortal remains of Heeraben have been consigned to flames. Republic joins the entire country in paying its tribute. Our thoughts and prayers right now with the family at this very difficult hour. And that, remember, is going to be our top focus. But we are also keeping our spotlight on the other story that has dominated headlines for the last few days. The mother of the late actor Tunisha Sharma, who allegedly committed suicide, is addressing a press conference. Let's listen in.
कर सकता जो तब तक आप मेरे साथ कोऑपरेट करते रहो। और दूसरी बात ये है कि उसके बिहेवियर में जो चेंजेस आ रही थी टुनिशा के, कभी उसकी माँ को अम्मा, उसकी बहन को बोलना, और मुस्लिम अपना धर्म अपनाने की उसको करता था है, और शादी का वादा किया। तो ये सब चीज़ें नहीं करनी चाहिए थी उसको जब उसका किसी और लड़की के साथ था। मैं बस इतना ही कहना चाहूँगी और मैं कुछ नहीं कहना चाहती।
क्या ड्रग्स भी लेते थे? ड्रग्स लेते थे, ये बात आपने कल क्या जानकारी आपके पास, किसने आपको जानकारी दी?
मेरे को टनीशा ने बताया था।
क्या बताया था?
कि मम्मा शेजान ना नशा वशा करता है सेट पे, बस इसके ज़्यादा उसने मेरे से कोई बात नहीं की।
उनकी माँ और उनकी बहन अंतिम संस्कार में आई थी, फलक नाज और उनकी माँ, उनकी फैमिली से आप लोगों के टर्म्स कैसे थे, रिलेशंस कैसे थे आपके साथ?
देखो मेरे टर्म्स इतने ज़्यादा नहीं था जैसा, लेकिन टनीशा का आना जाना बहुत बढ़ गया था क्योंकि उसकी माँ उसको घर पे बुला लेती थी, तू घर पे आ। उसका जन्मदिन आया, उसने डेकोरेट कराया घर, केक लेके जा रही है, 25-25 हज़ार की गिफ्ट दे रही है टनीशा उनको, ये सब चल रहा था।
मैम आपने कहा कि मुस्लिम धर्म अपनाने के लिए क्या शेजान प्रेशराइज करता था?
हाँ जी।
जिस दिन मैम ये पूरी घटना हुई उस दिन तृषा का बिहेवियर कैसा था? सुबह से क्या बातचीत आपकी?
सुबह वो गई है घर से, उसका 8:30 का कॉल टाइम था, वो गई है घर से, कहती है ओके मम्मा। तो मैं उस दिन थोड़ा उससे एक दिन पहले मैं गई हूँ सेट पे, मैं सेट पे उसको मिलने गई, अचानक गई थी। मैं कहा बेटा कैसा? कहती ठीक है मम्मा। थोड़ा प्रेशर था उस पर क्योंकि वो कहती मम्मा सीन बहुत ज़्यादा है तो मैं आपको इतना टाइम नहीं दे पा रही हूँ। तो उसने तब भी मेरे को एक वर्ड बोला कि मम्मा आप शेजान से बात करो। मैंने जब ये सीन में चली गई, मैंने शेजान के रूम में गई, मैं कहा शेजान मैंने तेरे से बात करनी है, तू टनीशा के साथ तूने ऐसा क्यों किया? कहता आंटी सॉरी, मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता, जो करना करो।
ये कब की बात है? शुक्रवार?
हाँ एक दिन पहले की, मैं सेट पे गई थी। और उसके बाद मैं रात को पैकअप हुआ, मैं घर ले आई टनीशा को। टनीशा थोड़ी सी परेशान थी तो मैं कहा बेटा परेशान नहीं होना, कुछ नहीं होता, तू ठीक है ना? कहती हाँ मम्मा। सुबह वो गई है सेट पे, फिर उसका मेरे को फ़ोन कब आ रहा है कुछ,
चंडीगढ़ भी जाने वाली।
हाँ उसका फ़ोन आया मेरे को कुछ, मेरे को इतना टाइम नहीं, दोपहर को आया। शी इज़ हैप्पी एट दैट टाइम, जिस दिन उसकी हुआ है उसने किया है कि मम्मा मेरा 2 दिन का ऑफ हो रहा है, मैं क्रिसमस मनाने चंडीगढ़ जाना चाहती हूँ। तो मैं कहा बेटा कोई बात नहीं, मैं तेरी टिकट कराती हूँ तो तू चली जा, पर मेरे को कंफर्मेशन दे, प्रशांत ईपी है जो, उससे मेरे को बात करने दे, तो तुम बेटा चले जाओ, ठीक है मैं करवा देती हूँ। कहती हाँ मम्मा मेरे को 2 दिन के लिए भेज दो, फिर मेरा चेंज हो जाएगा थोड़ा। मैं कहा ठीक है बच्चे। ऐसी अभी थोड़ी देर में मैं अभी डबल माइंडी थी, मैं आई वॉज थिंकिंग कि मैं वो सेट पे जाया हूँ थोड़ी देर के लिए, क्योंकि टनीशा 2 दिन के लिए चंडीगढ़ चली गई, 2 दिन फिर दिखेगी नहीं मेरे को, तो मैं सेट पे जाया हूँ। तो मैं अभी सोच ही रही थी तो मेरे को प्रशांत का फ़ोन आया ईपी का कि मैडम जल्दी से आ जाओ, हम टनीशा दरवाज़ा नहीं खोल रही, पता नहीं क्या नहीं कर रही, और हम हॉस्पिटल में हैं। बस ये बात हुई है और मैं ऑटो लेके हॉस्पिटल चली गई। देखो जब मेरे को ये कुछ नहीं कहना, शेजान ने जब उसको कहा कि मेरा ब्रेकअप, जब तेरे साथ मेरा कोई रिश्ता नहीं, तूने जो करना है कर बच्चे को, वो सेंसिटिव बहुत थी, वो इतनी सेंसिटिव थी, भोली थी, छोटी उम्र थी, उसकी उम्र उसकी बड़ी थी, ऐसा नहीं बोलना चाहिए। पहली बात तो ये है कि जब उसका पहली लड़की के साथ रिलेशनशिप था, उसने टनीशा के साथ रिलेशंस क्यों डेवलप किए? मेरे को ये जवाब चाहिए, शेजान दे जवाब ये मेरे को कि क्यों डेवलप किया, जब तेरे को पता था तेरा किसी और लड़की के साथ रिलेशन है, तू समझाता, तू मेरे से बात करता। हाँ बिल्कुल, और उसकी गाड़ी ख़राब रही है महीना, तो मेरा ड्राइवर उसको कभी छोड़ने जा रहा है, कभी कर रहा है, तो मेरे को उन्होंने टनीशा को यूज़ बहुत किया है, बहुत यूज़ किया है। मैंने अभी ड्राइवर को गूगल पे किया है 50,000 रुपया, जो टनीशा ने गिफ्ट्स वगैरह मंगवाती रही और उसको देती रही। ईयरपोड्स दिए, उसको गिटार दी, उसके बर्थडे पे उसने डेकोरेट कराया रूम, शायद उसने इंस्टा पे भी डाला हुआ है वो डेकोरेशन वाला रूम। उसकी सिस्टर का बर्थडे आया, उसकी माँ जो उसकी गर्लफ्रेंड के बारे में बातें करती थी फ़ोन पे, हाँ ये बात उसने मेरे को ज़रूर बोली कि मम्मी अम्मा मेरे को डिस्टर्ब कर रही है बहुत ज़्यादा, अम्मा मेरे को पिछली बातें बहुत करती है वो लड़की के बारे में। मैंने उसकी माँ से बात भी की, मैंने कहा आप ये क्या कर रहे हो, वो काम पे जा रही है, उसको काम करने दो, वो बहुत डेडिकेट से काम कर रही है, उसको काम करने दो।
क्या उसको हिजाब लगाना ये सब जो चीज़ें शुरू करवा दी?
हाँ शुरू करवा दी थी।
क्या कहा जाता था उसके बारे में?
मेरे को ऐसे नहीं मालूम कुछ।
कमरे में से एक नोट मिला था जिसमें कमीशन ने जो लिखा था और कहा था कि ईरान की वजह धन है कि उसको मेरे जैसा पुरस्कार मिला काम करने, ये बात है। उसके बाद तो आप क्या मानते हैं, क्या कहते हैं?
मैं क्या सर बोल सकती हूँ उसमें, उसके मन में उस टाइम क्या आया, क्या ट्रिगर उसका हुआ, क्या सुबह से इतनी सुबह उसने इंस्टाग्राम पे पोस्ट किया है, मेरे से बात हुई है, चंडीगढ़ वो जाना चाह रही है क्रिसमस पे, और उसी आधे घंटे में क्या हुआ मेरे को नहीं मालूम। और फिर शिजान ही उसको वहाँ से उतार रहा है कमरे में से,
जैसा कि पता चला
शिजान ने उसको उतारा है।
एक बात
फिर
और
एम्बुलेंस नहीं मंगाई।
15 मिनट तक सुनने में आया कि
हाँ मर्डर भी हो सकता है। मैं तो
एक बात और सुनने में आई है सेट से कि 15 मिनट तक उसको उतारने के बाद 15 मिनट तक कोई गाड़ी नहीं थी वहाँ पे उसको हॉस्पिटल ले जाने के लिए, ना ही कोई एम्बुलेंस बुलाई गई। तो ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है? जब डॉक्टर के पास पहुँचे तो डॉक्टर का कहना है कि उसकी डेथ को आधा घंटा हो चुका था। तो इतनी देरी मतलब क्यों की गई? गाड़ी
हमारी रिपोर्टर वहाँ रोज जाती थी, उसने देखा था कि दोनों के बीच में टेंशन दिखाई देती थी, कई बार बहस भी होते हुए दिखाई दी। सेट से किसी ने भी आपको इस बारे में इत्तला नहीं किया? या
नहीं, मेरे को नहीं दी, मेरे को नहीं बोली, मेरे को कुछ।
हमारी बात फलकनाथ से भी हुई तो उन्होंने कहा कि तुनिशा उनकी भी बच्ची की तरह थी, उनको भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा गम है, तो इसको लेकर क्या कहेंगे आप?
नहीं, फलक का ये था कि फलक उसको उसी ने उसके टैटू बनवाया था यहाँ पे जाके, उसी वो दरगाह पे भी लेके गई इसको, फिर उसी ने उसका बर्थडे सेलिब्रेट किया तुनिशा ने। तो मतलब कि तुम लोग उस लड़की को ऐसे यूज़ कर रहे हो, उसकी माँ को भी तो इन्वॉल्व करो ना बीच में। मेरा बच्चा था वो।
अगर आप उसको किसी लड़के की मम्मी और बहन उसको कंटिन्यू घर पे बुलाती हैं, उसको उनका बर्थडे सेलिब्रेट होता है, उनको गिफ्ट्स दे रही है, उनके घर में रह रही है, वो हमारे घर में आके रह रहा है, तो इसका मतलब क्या है? अगर आपको पता है मेरा धर्म अलग है, ये मुझसे 10 साल छोटी है, तो फिर आप उसको इतना इन्वॉल्व क्यों कर रहे हो?
जी, अगर अभी जैसे बोल रहे हैं कि करियर की बात कर रहे हैं या धर्म की बात कर रहे हैं, उम्र का फासला, ये क्या पहले उन्होंने नहीं सोचा था जब रिलेशन?
वही हमारा सवाल है ना।
वो मेरा सवाल है। शिजान को पहले नहीं पता था तुनिशा की एज क्या है, उसको ये नहीं पता था इसका धर्म क्या है।
उस दिन भी जब उसको 16 तारीख को भी जब हॉस्पिटल लेकर गए, वहाँ भी शिजान की मम्मी और बहन दोनों आई। तो उनको
मुझे ये पता चला कि जिस तरह से बर्थडे की बात की अभी, तो इस बार तुनिशा ने सोशल मीडिया पे आपको बर्थडे विश नहीं।
All right, viewers, so we can see a big twist has come in the Tunisha death case, where the family is demanding justice, number one, and they have been saying this for a very long time, that Shizan was using Tunisha. Tunisha was pressurized for conversion. These are very, very big allegations coming in from the family right now, from the family members of Tunisha, as the death probe in the case continues. And she's also saying that Tunisha was lured with expensive gifts. All right, on that note, let's go ahead to the other story we're tracking right now. And what we can tell you, viewers, is that cricketer Rishabh Pant. Cricketer Rishabh Pant's car met with an accident between somewhere close to Haridwar district. He has been shifted to the Max Hospital, Dehradun, after giving primary treatment at Roorkee Civil Hospital. The accident took place on NH58 of this area in Haridwar district. Now, the visuals of that are on your screen right now, where the CCTV footage has been accessed by Republic TV. So this is the visual on your screen where the CCTV of the accident has been captured, viewers, where cricketer Rishabh Pant's car met with the accident between a place called Mangalore and Narsan in the Haridwar district. He has been shifted to the Max Hospital, Dehradun, after giving primary treatment at the Roorkee Civil Hospital. The accident took place on NH58 of the police station area. So viewers, those are the visuals as well. And the cricketer is quite injured, as you can clearly see on your screen, viewers. He has survived that accident. It was a serious car crash case. You can see that the car crashed, and it's a very, very serious accident which had transpired there in Haridwar district. Thankfully, the cricketer Rishabh Pant, he has survived, but he is injured. he is injured, viewers. Let's go ahead to Swesha. Swesha, we're seeing the visuals on our screen as well of the cricketer who was injured and he's recovering right now. Take us to the details. Do we know what really caused that car crash in the first place?
Oh yes, thankfully he is recovering, Shivangi, and certainly comes in as a huge sense of relief for all his fans who have been praying for his good health. Now, we are yet to get details, but Shivangi, certain reports that are also claiming that he had probably dozed off while he was driving. This happened at about 5:30 in the morning, and he may have dozed off when the car collided straight away into the divider, and the moment that happened, it soon caught fire, and then of course we saw the condition of the car that stands completely damaged. Only imagining the kind of injuries caused to Rishabh Pant, where we are now picking up details of how his head, knee and shin have suffered major injuries. There could be a fracture as well, but we are waiting for the medical bulletin coming out of the hospital, where remember, he is in a bad shape. He was travelling from Uttarakhand to Delhi. He was in his Mercedes car when the accident happened in near Roorkee in Uttarakhand, and the DG of Uttarakhand Police has confirmed that the cricketer was alone in the car at the time that the accident happened. The windscreen had broken, after which he escaped from the car and the vehicle caught fire. He had sustained injuries on his head, knee and shin as a result of the accident, and now at Max Hospital in Heeraben, where he has been moved, probably a fracture that he also has, where he is undergoing treatment. And this obviously has come in as a big shock to all his fans, who are hopefully now, who are heaving a sigh of relief, considering the fact that he is certainly on the road to recovery, and he has survived this accident that could have been fatal. But the very fact that he is now undergoing treatment, we are awaiting the next medical bulletin to how Rishabh Pant is recovering and whether there have been any major injuries. But certainly will take some time for him to fully get back until he can probably play. That of course is secondary right now, given the very fact that he should come back to what he was. You see those pictures on the left of our screens where the car caught fire soon after it had crashed, and then again these are the initial details coming in that he was probably he could have probably dozed off when the car straight away rammed into that divider, and that caused the accident. Shivangi.
Right, and Pushkar Singh Dhami has tweeted as well. The news has been received that Indian cricketer Rishabh Pant has been injured in an unfortunate road accident. The state government has given instructions to ensure complete arrangements for their treatment. I pray to God for his speedy recovery. So right now we are seeing the visuals as well of the car, which was completely charred post the accident. And it has been a narrow escape for Rishabh Pant. A very lucky escape, a very narrow escape for him, viewers. Now the charred car has been taken away for further investigation as well. And more visuals you can see on your screen. The moment of the crash as well. What really happened? It is caught on tape. You can see that the car is moving at a pretty a lot of speed right now, just moving at a very high speed at this point of time. Let's go back to Swesha, who's joining us live from the Delhi newsroom. Now we know that this happened early in the morning, Swesha. This happened around 5:30 a.m. Any other details that we are picking up on this story?
We are awaiting further details on what I just shared, Shivangi. But yes, it was early in the morning. We understand it is winter season in the north, and visibility has taken a hit clearly at the time when he was driving on the highway, and understandably so, where the cars move at a very, very high speed. Now, the distance between Uttarakhand and Delhi is about 5 hours plus. But the very fact as to why he was or he chose to drive at that time, because he was alone and he was on the wheel. This is something that has been confirmed by DG Police of Uttarakhand, that he was absolutely alone in the car. There was no co-passenger with him. And the moment the car rammed into the divider, he immediately got out of the car. That certainly saved his life, because soon after the car caught fire, and we see, of course, what came out of that. But he was rushed to the hospital. He is currently undergoing treatment at the Max Hospital in Dehradun, where there is a battery of doctors totally trying their level best that the cricketer recovers at the earliest. Whether he'll be moved from this hospital to Delhi is something we are not sure of at this point, but he is in a critical condition where he has sustained injuries on his head, on his knee, on his shin, and there could be a fracture as well, but that is something that will be confirmed by the doctors where they put out a medical bulletin on the health condition of the cricketer. And this happened, like I said, at 5:30 in the morning, where it is foggy. It is a cold winter morning. We are in the peak of December, where visibility certainly takes a hit. And probably he had not slept well, is what is being said by our sources at this point, because he may have dozed off. And that is the point when the car straight away ran into the divider. So it was not typically that the car collided with someone or some other vehicle that was moving at a very high speed, etc. His car collided into the divider. He immediately got out and the car caught fire. But then again, he does remain critical. The doctors are treating him at this point. We've also put out that CCTV footage showing how the accident happened at 5:30 in the morning. So fans praying that he recovers at the earliest.
Absolutely. Everyone is praying that he recovers quickly. Suesha, Virendra Sehwag has tweeted, wishing dear Rishabh Pant super speedy recovery and बहुत ही जल्द स्वस्थ हो जाओ. So we hope that he recovers quickly. Thank you, Suesha, for joining us with all those updates. Viewers, time for a very short break. We continue to be live and breaking. Cricketer Rishabh Pant has been hospitalized and he's recovering after a car crash. Stay tuned.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling, this grass they were carrying in, and this is the Kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the Kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near Kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती है ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
वही मेरे को दुख है. मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है. सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonekil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the two-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling, this grass they were carrying in, and this is the Kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the Kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near Kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती है ये उस तरीके से नहीं की गई?
वही मेरे को दुख है. मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ, 101 तक का वो मर्डर है. सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी.
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where the raid had just been concluded. About 56 locations in Kerala like these, the two-tier PFI workers, their homes are being raided.
Yesterday, in this very place of the Sidra, this encounter took place. This is the truck in which those terrorists were traveling, this grass they were carrying in, and this is the Kathua made. So it possibly suggests that they loaded this truck from the Kathua area, and somewhat there only the terrorists transferred or shifted to this consignment. But they gathered and they entered this truck only somewhere near Kathua.
क्या वो पोस्टमार्टम जो कि काम इंसान की जाती है ये उस तरीके से नहीं की
गई वही मेरे को दुख है। मैं इतना ही बोल सकता हूँ 101 तक का वो मर्डर है। सच्चाई बताता तो मेरे को भी दबा के छोड़ देती थी।
The new thing that the Chinese have done is that now they are buying Indian COVID vaccines on the black market. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you know that buying Indian COVID vaccines in China is illegal. But the problem is that the Chinese don't trust their own drugs. So there is an illegal trading of Indian vaccines which is happening on Chinese social media. Common Chinese don't have access to global social media. They're not there on Twitter or Facebook because all these are banned and blocked inside China. But on local Chinese social media platforms, they are trading Indian drugs.
Raid which has taken place in a place called Thonakil, which is about 20 kilometers away from the capital city of Thiruvananthapuram. This particular home of the former zonal president of PFI. His home was raided, Nawaz. Now this is the very home where
Viewers, a very good morning. You're watching Live at Breaking. Let's go to the top story we're tracking right now. Cricketer Rishabh Pant's car met with an accident in Haridwar district, and he has been shifted to the Max Hospital, Dehradun, after giving primary treatment at the Roorkee Civil Hospital. The accident took place on NH 58 area. Now, viewers, right now you can see the visuals on the screen as well. The car is completely charred. You can see the moment of the crash. It was a terrible crash, but luckily and thankfully, Rishabh Pant has survived, but he is injured. He has serious injuries. You can see the visuals on the screen as well, where he has survived with very narrowly, in fact. He has got injuries on his head, back and leg, but is stable and currently hospitalized. Let's go to Swesha, who has the latest on this story. Swesha, just take us through exactly what we know so far.
Fraternity has woken up to this very upsetting news, which they are still, understanding to how really is the health of Rishabh Pant. Just to know that he has survived in an accident that could have proved fatal, and while that is coming in as a positive sign, but hoping that he can recover at the earliest. Now, what we know until now is that he was traveling from Uttarakhand to Delhi. He was alone in the car. He was on the wheel, and this is something that has been confirmed by the police. Visibility obviously having taken a hit in the north due to a very cold winter morning, and it is fairly dark at that point. That is very, very evident from the CCTV footage also that Republic has been able to access, that gives you a sense of how the accident occurred. Now, some reports coming out, Shivangi, on how he may have dozed off in the car, and he may not have been completely attentive, is when the car went and collided into that divider. That's when he gathered senses and quickly came out of that car. Good sense prevailed, and that saved him, because soon after the car caught fire. And those pictures in the middle of your screen showing how the car was completely charred in that accident is when Rishabh Pant was rushed to the hospital. He is at a hospital in Dehradun, where Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami is saying that he is monitoring every development and what